Hello, Stella.
Hi.
Welcome back.
How are you?
I'm fine, and Wendy's fine. She says hello.
Wonderful, wonderful. Right.
Hi, Stella.
Hey.
So we have Stella here, David, Karim, Carroll, Davies. Who else?
And Scotty Roberts.
And Deepti and Annie.
Hello.
Yeah. Annie is our Explorer Alliance member liaison, the queen of all Explorer Alliance right here.
I don't know about all that.
I invited her to kind of join in the Zoom meeting to see how this goes. So, Deepti, how are you?
I'm fine. What about you?
No, good. I'm fine. I'm fine.
Great.
So this young man that you are bringing onto the show, how do I pronounce his name?
Ansuraz Sedai.
Ansural
Ansuraz Sedai.
Sedai. Okay.
Yeah.
Mr. Sedai. Okay.
Yes.
And how old is he?
He's 19.
19. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Older than you.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's good. And
You're
he's
going to
one
have
of
to
your
fill us in
original
on this
alumni.
phone call you just had, because the rest of us were really enjoying listening to it.
Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
So we're doing 50 hours today, right, Scott? So I'm going to go get a coffee so that I can try
Yeah,
to last for some of it.
Get some coffee. That's right. This is going to be a long one. Mm-hmm.
Well, Stella's taking the first 3 hours, right? And then we just got to come
Yeah,
in.
Stella's got 3 hours, or she's going to talk about variable stars, one type of variable star in excruciating detail.
I'm going to talk about every single star that
Everyone, you're going to describe it.
Everyone.
Stella,
Now, this one's not a variable star, but interesting anyways. Yes,
but it will become at a later evolutionary stage.
that's right.
there we go. I actually have I guess a subjective question for Stella. We are looking at maybe trying out some sonification this summer with our remote telescope and taking photometric measurements of a variable star that has a relatively quick period, but a relatively steep curve. Do you have any suggestions of which ones I should be looking at?
RR Lyrae.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. A nice short period RR Lyrae.
Yes, the one caveat that I would like to caution you about is even if you have 3 nights in a row, you still have the daytime where you don't have data.
Yeah.
So if you can find data somewhere else, that would really help with the sonification so it looks continuous.
True.
But yeah, another Lyra, Delta Scuti, one of these pulsators are really gorgeous.
I'm wondering if I'm biting off too much, but I kind of really want to try.
Do it.
It seems so fascinating. I want to try.
It is. Or one thing you can do is we have so many light curves. You can go with SS Cygni from the AVSO database. Has more than 100 years of data.
I was pondering that, just taking one and trying it out first before I try to actually set up a telescope to measure one now.
Yeah.
The the downside is if it's something that we do now and I get a couple of students involved, then they're the ones who are actually capturing the data or programming it to capture the data. There's a sense of ownership and a sense of connection to
Have
the
them
data.
observe the SIG
True.
all night long. I'm not sure whether it's close to an outburst. You can definitely see from the light curve generator. If it is close to the outburst, they're going to see something much more interesting. But even in quiescences, the SIG is doing really bizarre stuff. It's not stationary. And actually, last time I looked at it, it hadn't recovered to the quiescence level. It was like it was stuck somewhere. It looked like a standstill, actually.
Did you go out and take a look at the supernova or the nova in Hercules?
No, here I'm in Cambridge, Massachusetts.
Yeah.
When it's
I've
not
got the same problem. Yeah.
cloudy. But I saw the solar eclipse.
Yay!
I woke up at 4 in the morning.
Yes.
4.
My kids woke up with me. We did a family outing. It was so much fun.
It was a sunrise eclipse.
Yeah.
Beautiful here, yeah.
Yeah.
I woke up at 4 in the morning to go capture that eclipse.
Yeah.
I had to drive 3 hours after I woke up, but I made it in time.
I
And
admire
then-
you. I saw your pictures are absolutely phenomenal.
Thank you. It's amazing what you can do with a smartphone. And if the clouds are covering the eclipse, it's a perfect opportunity to use almost any camera you have to take the picture of the sun. It was kind of a fortuitous break. I had my other images there, but I said I want to get something out, so we'll just do that. We'll use the smartphone, and that turned out to be the picture that probably traveled around the internet the most, just because it maybe at the timing, and there were a whole bunch of bugs there too. I don't know what kind of flies they were called, but I was pretty much swarmed on. It wasn't much fun, but I didn't let them drag me down because I enjoyed seeing that event. And it was pretty peaceful out there where I went. There were a lot of folks camping, and I think they were still inside their sleeper, or they were still inside their RVs. But it was a beautiful event. I was glad to be a part of it.
Did you see that not only was your pictures and ours put up in the Virtual Telescope project, but they were part of a show in Romania today?
Oh,
That
wow.
I didn't
That's
know.
cool.
Yeah,
That
so
is awesome.
They took some of the pictures from the VTP and they shared them.
Yeah, that's
Very cool.
that's a really cool. It's I've always felt more than just trying to get pictures out there, but just share the astronomical events from my point of view. I've really tried to keep that focus so that the images are, once they're out there, it's for public domain. Didn't get to see the eclipse. Well, looking at the picture should give you a great view of what it looked like. And then you don't have to feel like you didn't see it. So that's
And you're-
excellent that they're getting out there.
And you're so right. That sunrise coming in and out of the clouds, bright red, was just, it was ominous. It was gorgeous.
Perfect. Yeah. Now had I gone further north, it looks like there was a little less cloud cover, and that's where we get a little more of the moon covering the sun. But I had to work that day, my main job, so I didn't want to be completely wiped out. And I wasn't sure if the internet would work, my hotspot would work well enough to work from up there. So I settled on where I went, and I was glad I was there.
Definitely. And
Yeah.
I'm glad it was nice to actually have people across the smartphone doing it with us.
Yeah, that was a really nice event. I know the one in November, I'd like to see the same thing take place. Of course, there are not too many people are going to be able to view that one live. But the
You're not
lunar
going up
eclipse,
there?
I think we get to see the lunar eclipse. I think we
Yeah.
all get to see that.
Yeah, you got to go up to the Arctic to get the solar, right?
I think it's Antarctica.
Antarctic.
Yeah. So we
That's a
I
long
don't know if
drive.
I'll book a trip down there, but it's tempting.
You just have to get up a little earlier to start driving.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a long drive, but I think you hit a point where there's ocean in between me and my destination. Then I just have to drive onto a boat and then just keep
There
going.
you
So
go.
There you go.
yeah, I'll start my trip a week in advance. I think I'll get there just in time for totality.
or onto an ice floe.
Mhm.
Yeah.
You
Hello,
can fight the
everybody.
penguins for
We
a
got
view.
Terry Mann here and Pekka. Pekka, how are you?
I'm fine. I'm fine.
Yeah, congratulations to you. Pekka's now famous in Stockholm.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I heard, Pekka, your image was picked.
Yes,
Yeah.
and I was taking from the, when you are so surprised, so I was taking from my bed.
Sometimes all it matters is you have the right shot at the right time.
Yeah,
It
I
doesn't
actually have a personal hello to David Levy from the girl who proposed for me to join from first place to the competition. She saw one of my pictures and she told that there is a competition, and she on her she told that I should send a picture to the competition. So that's for David Levy from her. When I told
Thank you.
her
Thank you for the
that,
story.
yeah, her name is Tuvali Melin, and I will show a picture of her later on if you are still on the broadcast.
So how do you
David,
get,
you inspire David, you inspire all of us to take our best pictures.
Yeah.
Don't you feel
Oh.
good about it?
Well, thank you, especially since the one that inspired Adrian was the worst picture I've ever taken in my life of anything. And I will never forget how that awful picture I took of the Southern Cross from a hotel parking lot in Brazil actually inspired Adrian to get him to do the wonderful astrophotos he takes.
Yeah.
I'll never forget that. It's really quite a surprise and a real pleasure and honor.
But I used to think that for me, okay, it's a common say that every picture counts. And that's a little bit true, because you have to shoot that first light and afterwards go back to that first light and compare where are I today, and see your own process with your own eyes. That's an incredible feeling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
we have some nice comments here. We've had a very loyal audience, and this is our 50th event, and many of them not only watch the Global Star Party, they watch our other programs too, and which is great. Let's see. We have Norm Hughes is saying this is the greatest community on the internet, which is great. It's nice. And
Not only a committee, the whole
Yeah.
channel. The whole channel. There is nothing. I have gone through every internet or broadcast TV channels. I can find one channel that is interest for me. That's what they call them, Discovery Science. And you beat them.
Wow.
Because
Right.
there you can't take questions. Here I can take questions and probably I get the answer.
That's what we aim for.
Yeah, and I'm stuck.
Well, we love having you on.
And there was I don't know if Karim, Adrian saw that from Romanian TV there was a broadcast.
Oh,
Yeah, I think
I was just mentioning it to Adrian. Yeah.
yeah, Karim was just mentioning it. So I'll
Okay.
have to look at if it's been recorded.
I have a recording from that.
I will have to watch it.
I'll
Yeah,
email you the link.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Should I?
Pekka, do you have the link, or should I email it to you as well?
I don't know the link, but I record it from.
I'll send you the link. I think it's on Facebook, the recording. Let me just check.
Okay, thank you. But I recorded it, and Adrian, Karim was on. I was on, and then there was a lot of people we don't know by name. I don't know by name. But is the link on their Facebook site page?
I believe so. I'm just trying to find the link. Too many computers.
Yeah.
COVID reality.
Yeah. Yeah, and I have to remember this is an international
Yeah.
star
don't
party. So
forget
COVID
that.
is different around the world depending on how the various countries have handled it. Some countries I think have been free for a while. Other countries are there's still a bit of a struggle. So that's definitely keep that in mind. Over course in the States, the States seem to be cutting through a little bit of the vaccine hesitancy that we had, and many are beginning to take the vaccine now. So the numbers, it's a slow moving thing. And I think we've discovered that after quote unquote normal comes back, I think these I won't call it telecast, but these star parties, these online star parties are going to become a part of our new normal, because where else can I see my good friends from all around without having to hop into the truck and drive? I think there's still some serious value in having these online
After COVID.
That's the only way to
COVID.
have an international star party. That's it.
every single week. I mean,
You can't.
it's a
I
wonderful
will-
thing.
I-
Either way.
Imagine
I
all
hope-
the travel. Yeah, we're gonna have
Yeah.
it
I
in
guess if I had my own-
Switzerland this week. Next week we'll have it in Antarctica.
Yeah.
You know,
I
No, we
wish
can-
this will be a standard for for us.
yeah, I think it will going forward. I think these online events will definitely supplement and enhance the events when we're able to get back and show the
absolutely.
public once again through the eyepiece.
Absolutely. Imagine how many amateur astronomers wanted to go to the Astronomical League convention, or the Northeast Astronomy Forum, or the Texas Star Party, or the Winter Star Party, or the Nebraska Star Party, and so on and so on. There's people that have never been able to do this. Now, some of those people live in other countries. Some of those people live nearby, but they're disabled. They can't do it. Okay. So these are, in this way, we're able to do a kind of educational outreach that is unique. And so, I know that all you guys get that. And I think our audience gets it too. Yeah, I think that the ultimate way to go is to have an in-person event combined with, sharing the experience online.
Thanks, Karim. I got it.
Excellent.
Yes, and that's why we're going to have a virtual event and an in-person meeting this year as part of the AVSO annual meeting. And I think it's going to be established simply because we find that this way we are much more inclusive. We are reaching out to individuals who just can't afford in terms of time or resources to spend 2 days one way to travel our way for a 3-day meeting. So it's, I think that this year, 2020 forced us to be more innovative and think a little bit outside the box in order not to lose our minds and not to lose our communities. It's,
Right.
It's good to know, it's good to see technology used this way.
Yes.
And not only people, that large associations are involved, like AAVSO. Then we have the Astronomical League. They are involved. just those for named, but this is a very, very large simultaneous broadcast indeed. Appreciated.
Mm-hmm. Me too. And, you know, a lot of you have become friends. You know, Pekka, certainly you and Adrian and all these people that I have not met in person, you know, but I'm meeting you, a lot of you every week.
Yes.
So,
Yes.
it's awesome.
And this is the way I got from, if you say so, from Stockholm to the whole world. I was in the box, kind of.
Right.
But right now I'm looking for out of the box. So it's a little bit too high for my understanding, but okay, I will slowly getting in. And my pictures are watched all over the world.
Yes.
So that is
That's a wonderful.
yes feeling, because the first picture I posted, I was like, it was like a nightmare. I watched it and counted the likes and how many had looked. So, but it, I say to everybody who started that, post your first, and you will see you will not have any negative comments. I promise. I can put $10,000 on bet that you won't have single one negative comment. You will only have hearts and hugs and so on.
Right.
And welcome to this community.
Yes. It is. I mean, it's, you know, I think a lot of amateur astronomers, when they are first really kind of getting involved, they're amazed at what the amateur astronomical community is like.
Yeah.
You know, how supportive they are of each other, how giving of information, you know, almost everyone wants to mentor someone and get them excited about the night sky and to get the best out of their equipment, you know. So you don't see, you know, you really don't see that in a lot of other activities, you know. So, you know, if you're like a regular, like a landscape photographer, for example, well, you might go out with other landscape photographers and shoot something, but a lot of the guys are not going to give up their secrets. Okay.
No. And
right?
have you?
But in astronomy, they do.
Yes. And the short chat with someone else in amateur astronomy, you can count on that the short chat is minimum 1 hour.
Yes.
So I tried to yesterday, just calling my friend here in Stockholm who took I will show his son picture. He was one of the winner, and the short call just to ask her permission to show the picture took 1 hour.
No. Is that Don Davies with us?
Yes, it is.
Hi, Don.
Hi.
How's everything in Austin?
It's hot, but it's
hot
great.
down there. Yeah. Yeah.
I hear the grid's having trouble again. Is that true?
Oh, it's very true. Yes. Gotta love that independent electrical system.
I think it's about 95% capacity already or something.
Yeah, pretty much about the same as we were during the snowstorms, but just the opposite side of the thermostat.
Yeah.
NASA's Perseverance rover has been working on its science mission with the help of the SuperCam instrument, a rock vaporizing laser and camera that examines rocks and soils.
Every time I see programs like
this, to learn
this,
more
I
about SuperCam, we are
pinch
joined
myself
by
because I know that we're
Faluja.
living in the golden
She's
age
the
of,
science payload uplink lead
astronomy
for
and space
SuperCam
exploration.
operations.
So SuperCam looks out of the big circular window in the white box on top of the mast, and it uses spectroscopy, which is just when light excites atoms in a rock and we get unique shifted wavelengths back to us. And so we use a combination of lasers and infrared vision, and that lets us do science even further out than the robotic arm. The lasers reach 7 meters or 23 feet away, and the infrared much, much further. And that's not even all. We have a tiny high-resolution camera and a microphone to hear Mars, and that's how we heard the helicopter.
And can you talk about some of the images SuperCam has taken and why they are important to scientists?
Absolutely. So we started by taking out images and spectra near the rover. And as you can see in this image, the laser actually blows away the dust and makes these small pits in the rocks. And that lets us analyze material that's just below the surface of the rock, which is what we care about. And then we can record the sounds of the laser with our microphone, and it tells us something about the hardness of the rocks. And then starting Sol 26, we were able to take pictures of these long distance targets like Kodiak. And that really helps the rover team understand where to drive next for more close-up analysis. And these red circles you see is actually the infrared telling us about the mineral content of these faraway outcrops. So that's how SuperCam figures out more about the geological history of Mars. And we're so excited to see what the laser can do next.
Thank you so much for joining us today, Hamani. To get the latest updates, follow at NASA JPL and at NASA Persevere on social media. And on the mission website, mars.nasa.gov/perseverance, you can also find all the raw images being sent back by the rover.
Wow, so here we are at the 50th Global Star Party, and we've got an incredible lineup of speakers. I've posted the schedule and everything that you can see there in our post, and I promised that we'd have great door prizes. So Explore Scientific has gone all out. We have I'm not even holding all the eyepieces yet here, but you can see this is a whole stack of 68-degree eyepieces plus a case valued at over $1,000. That's the grand prize. We've got the ED Alpine binoculars. These are serious binoculars here, and they have an Abbey roof prism, waterproof, ED glass, super coatings, all the rest of it. About a $500 value here. And then for all you, weather guys out there, we've got a 5-in-1 Wi-Fi weather station. And so this is really cool. We actually have one up on top of the Explore Scientific building, and we use it every day. So those are our door prizes that the Astronomical League will be asking questions about and providing. But when you get these kind of, they're great door prizes and everything. But when we finally get to the Astronomical League convention, which we are so proud to be taking a part in as well and broadcasting that, they're going to have some major door prizes. They have thousands of dollars in door prizes there. So it's going to be super cool. But we have here with us, we've got David Levy to my right there on the screen. You got Karim Jaffer from the Royal, both of these guys are from the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada, Montreal, not division, but they're from there. So it's great. We have Deepti Gautam from Nepal. She's with us. She's brought on a special guest, also from Nepal, who will be talking to us. Stella Kafka from the American Association of Variable Star Observers. She's brilliant in her own right, and she's leading that organization to new heights. So it's great. Annie Scarborough's with us. Annie is our member liaison for the Explore Alliance. I invited her to be on the show so she could see how we put all this together. We have Adrian Bradley here, astrophotographer, night sky photographer. He'll be sharing his latest works with us. Terry Mann is going to be here sharing her real passion. I mean, she loves astronomy, but she also loves Aurora. And I think she's world famous for the work that she does in Aurora photography. Pekka Hautala. Pekka has won recently a prize in astrophotography for his photograph of the moon by basically the NASA organization, or the Astronautical Space Organization of Sweden has recognized him. So that's very cool. Chuck Allen from the Astronomical League is with us. Don Davies from, is it the Austin Astronomical Society?
Yes.
Awesome. Great. I got it right. And Carroll, president of the Astronomical League, who's with us as well right at this moment. We have more people coming on. We just couldn't fit them all on the screen. So David Eicher is also there. So we have, as I mentioned, an incredible lineup. I'm really pleased to have them all on, and I'm glad that you're all watching wherever you are in the world. So I will introduce David Levy next. David, as you've all learned, is a dear friend of mine and an inspiration, a hero to me, and to many astronomers. You know, I always hear, somebody saying, "Gosh, David, I read one of your books. I saw you lecture. I remember you from Comet Shoemaker Levy 9." Many points where David Levy has inspired people to, to go on and take up the journey of exploring the universe themselves. So, David, I'm going to turn this stage over to you, but thank you for kicking off our 50th event.
Thank you, Scotty. And this is such an honor to be here at the 50th, because I remember when Scotty called me just as he was about to make plans for the first Global Star Party. And he said, "You don't have to stay for the whole ones, but I'd like you to introduce each one of them with a poetic quote of some sort." And it's been my great honor to be part of that the entire time. And this is the 50th, and this is very special. So I'd like to, before I do my quotation of the night, I would like to summarize a little bit about what people around the world have been saying about the 50th Global Star Party. I understand that the G7 leaders of all of the industrialized nations were meeting in London with Queen Elizabeth and Boris Johnson and President Biden. And they opened the meeting, and the first thing they said is, "It's going to be the 50th Global Star Party. What are we going to do about it?" And then
So what all these messages are on my phone here?
Okay, then after that, Biden went to the NATO meeting in Brussels, and they said, "Okay, we have a lot of problems in the world, but one problem we don't have is the 50th Global Star Party coming up." And then President Biden said, "Well, should I still have my summit tomorrow with Vladimir Putin?" And Putin called and said, "Yes, because it is the 50th Global Star Party, and we must do that." So that's what the present discussion is about this lovely, wonderful star party. But what about in the past? I have a story that there's an ancient king of England, King John, and on today's date, of course, he used a different calendar back then, the Julian calendar, but still on today's date in 1215, King John signed the Magna Carta. And I've read a little bit about it, and in a footnote on page 47, it says, "I'm signing the Magna Carta partly because it will serve as a kind of an inspiration for future governments, including the government of the United States, but also because on June the 15th, many centuries from now, there will be the 50th Global Star Party." Anyway, so in honor of that, in honor of the 50th Star Party, Global Star Party, I'm going to quote from Shakespeare's King John. Two quotations from him. The first one is from Act 3, and Shakespeare writes, "No natural exhalation in the sky, no scope of nature, no distempered day, no common wind, no customed event, but they will pluck away his natural cause and call them meteors, prodigies, and signs, abortives, presages, and tongues of heaven, plainly denouncing vengeance upon John." And then near the end of the play, in Act 5, he goes on, "This shower, blown up by tempest of the soul, startles mine eyes and makes me more amazed. Then had I seen the vaulty top of heaven, figured quite o'er with burning meteors, lift up thy brow, renowned Salisbury, and with a great heart heave away this storm to welcome you all to the 50th Global Star Party." And thank you, Scott.
Nice. That's very nice, David. Thank you. Thank you. That's wonderful. Well, we have listened to David give an inspiring poetic introduction to every Global Star Party. But another person that has been here for many star parties already, I think we're now going on maybe 20 of them, is David Eicher from Astronomy magazine. He has gone above and beyond what I would have expected. And when he first called me up after we kind of talked about it, he says, "Well, I'm going to do 17 global star parties," and I go, 17. I was astounded at that, but he has taken us on a journey through the whole universe, backwards and forwards, across time, to some of the most serene, sublime, dangerous, crazy parts of our universe, and has explained it to us in wonderful detail. And it's been amazing, because I know that so many people who were lucky enough to listen to David Eicher give his presentations have had a peek into the universe that they wouldn't have had otherwise. So David, Mr. Eicher, thank you very much for coming on again, and it's all yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Scott. And let me just say quickly, for several times over the last few minutes, I don't know why, I've kicked off of Zoom and automatically had the program restart. So if I disappear, forgive me in advance.
Just come right back on. It's okay.
Okay. I have to make a confession, though. Scott and I have conspired, now that we've run out of astrophysics temporarily, to start a little program over the next few weeks, perhaps, of doing a little bit of astronomically related microscopy. So we're going to start, if I can share my screen. Let's hope this works. This is a beta test of this whole effort here. Let's see if this works. Oh dear. Scott, I don't know if you need to allow me to.
I don't think so. I think it's open for anybody to share their screen.
Oh no, for some reason, oh dear. Let me try. Oh dear, I need to open my system preferences now. It says this is not good.
Okay.
Oh dear. Now what does it want me to do? Okay. Oh gosh.
Oh, it's an Apple computer, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's going to want you to go into system preferences and let Zoom access stuff.
Oh dear. Yeah, I don't know what it wants me to do. Let's try this here. Now can you see it?
Yeah, here it comes. There you go.
What are you seeing? Because I'm not seeing
something that looks like a turquoise stone matrix or something.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
we're looking at
maybe this
photos.
will work. Can you see other junk on the screen as well, or are you just
Yes.
seeing the
On the
photo?
bottom, we see a
Yeah.
row of black and white thumbnails.
Okay, but you're just seeing that green image
Right.
first and foremost. Well, good. So I'm not seeing what you're seeing, but we can get it to work. So what I thought we would do, Scott, was to start with looking at a few meteorites. And we've got a microscope here, a very nice microscope of Scott's connected to this computer. Forgive us, but this is the first time we've tried this live, so it's a good thing we've got it working. So we'll focus, and what we're showing here is a little tiny slice of a meteorite from Mars. So this is actually a piece of the largest Martian meteorite. It's called Zagami, and it fell in Faskari in Katsina province, Nigeria in 1962. Now, of course, it's only courtesy of the Viking probes that we know the roughly 100 Martian meteorites that we have recovered on Earth are Martian, because of the gas analysis of the oxygen and other elements that are trapped within the crystals in these rocks. But this is a rock, the full size, full mass, complete mass of this rock is out in what's left of it now. It's been sliced up a little bit, but Bob Hague is the guy who brought it back to the States, the famous meteorite dealer in Tucson. And this is a little piece of the largest Mars rock on Earth. So it's about 180 million years old. And we know from the crystallization ages here that it's traveled from Mars to Earth for 2.9 million years. So what this is it's basaltic lava from Mars. And there was an impact, of course, that knocked this rock and presumably a number of others up into escape Mars gravity. It went around the solar system for the inner solar system for nearly 3 million years and came down in 1962 in Nigeria. And meteorites, of course, are pieces of asteroids or of the moon or Mars. And the sort of science of understanding where meteorites come from is really in its infancy, because it's very, very difficult to trace back where these things came from. We know from the moon, from the Apollo samples, and we know from Mars, as I said, from Viking and other later analyses. But it's tough to figure out exactly where pieces of asteroids came from, tracing them far back into the history of the solar system, because we have a great shooting gallery of things that ran into each other over and over and over and over. So this is sort of it. So we'll take a look at a few tonight, and then Scott and I think, are planning to show a number of other microscopic galleries of things in the future for a few weeks here. But these are very complex processed rocks, basically asteroids too, or a piece of Mars like this, because they've been impacted. So these are what geologists call a breccia. They've been smashed up and recrystallized into this matrix. And you can see this. Can you see the little white vertical crystal that's over on the right side, I hope, of the issue of the image for you guys? Can you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we
Okay.
can.
That's what's called a pyroxene group mineral, and most of the little crystals that you see in here in this rock are silicate-rich minerals. Feldspar, plagioclase feldspar is moving around a little bit here. You can see for scale, there's a piece of a thumb. This is about a 1.5 by 1 centimeter piece overall. And so there's a lot of very silicate-rich material that's been mixed up and recrystallized in here, in a rock like the largest Mars meteorite. So then we will go, and if we can, and look at something that's a little bit different here. This is Dar Alghani 400. Again, a sort of a 1 by a couple of centimeter. This is a slice. And this is a piece of the largest, not Apollo samples, but the largest lunar meteorite that has fallen to Earth. Now, this one fell March 10th, 1998 in Libya. And it's 2.6 to 3.4 billion years old, lunar rock. And the impact age is less than 3 million years here. And so it traveled around for a little less than 1 million years from the moon to fall onto the Libyan desert where it was found. So this is an achondrite, a stony meteorite also, and lunar. It's known to be lunar again because of trapped gases. You can see some little metallic flecks here, and you can see these whitish calcium aluminum inclusions that again are telltale signs of meteoritic stuff that's been smashed up at very high temperatures and recrystallized. And so this is how you can get your very own moon rock, is to get a lunar meteorite. And now, can I get this off here without breaking it? Oh dear.
Well, these lunar meteorites are not inexpensive, are they?
No, they're not. No, and the Martian ones are even
more inexpensive.
Yeah. So those are the most exotic ways, and we're kind of working ourselves down into a little bit things that are a little bit more normal here.
Yeah.
This is Esquel. Sorry, Scott. This is Esquel, which is, let me see if I can do this the right way here. This is a palisite. So if we top light it here, we can see that there, I hope, and we're at pretty high magnification here, even though this is about the lowest we can go with this setup. But you might be able to see that there's some metallic iron nickel here. I don't know how well you can see it there. And what this is showing us the boundary of the kind of types of meteoritic material that we have. Stone meteorites, by far the most common, represent the mantles, the outer parts of asteroids. The iron nickel, iron meteorites, which are mostly iron, a little bit of nickel and a percent or so of more exotic metals, are the core, thought to be the cores of asteroids that are broken up and fall down. And then we've got these unusual types like Esquel here that are called palisites that include iron, nickel, and also if we kill the top light and we backlight it here, you can, I hope, see a little bit.
Oh yeah.
That it also contains these crystals of very nice, and again, this is at pretty high magnification, but what we've got here are olivine crystals, which jewelers call peridot, and are actually more properly, more recently called forsterite among mineralogists. And these are transparent crystals of silicate mineral that are made into peridot jewelry here. They're beautiful, greenish yellow. And what this is the transition region between the core, the iron cores, and then the stony mantles. This is the intermediate region. So these are fairly rare, these palisites, and very beautiful and good to make jewelry out of and that sort of thing. This is an Argentinian fall, which is one of the nicer palisites called Esquel. So then we get into somewhat more common meteorites of recent vintage. You might remember a few years ago in 2013, the famous Russian fall that was very well documented because everyone in Russia, paranoid about insurance scams, has a windshield camera in their car. So there were many images of this fireball coming in, and this is Chelyabinsk, which is a very nice meteorite. And what we're looking at here, it looks black and ugly, and without very much feature here. And that's because this is a magnified view of the fusion crust of the outside part of this little piece of Chelyabinsk that heated up atmospherically as it came in before it hit the ground. If we turn it over here, this Chelyabinsk, we can look inside and see a little bit more variegated. You can see some metallic crystals there that may be chromite or other iron minerals. And again, lots and lots of this so-called, what was called field stone, feldspar in the old days in Germany. So there's a huge messy matrix in most of these meteorites of silicate minerals that are rather ordinary minerals. Mineralogically, later on, we'll look at all kinds of minerals too, which is how the universe makes planets in subsequent weeks. But for the moment, the mineralogy of the meteorites is pretty ordinary, even though meteorites are amazing. And some of them, as we'll look at later on, predate the age of Earth. So it's pretty neat to be holding a stone that's older than our planet. Just a couple more we'll look at quickly now, and then we'll be done for the night here. This is one that is called Tatahuin. That is, there we go. You can see it. It truly is, this combination here gives us a little bit of a green cast, but this meteorite is truly greenish, and it has streaks of sort of dark material through it, and that is iron-rich inclusions. This was found in Tunisia, and this meteorite, there were many pieces that were scattered over about a mile square field, and actually it was somewhat of a thrill. This is a piece among about a dozen that I found on site when the magazine took an expedition over in 2011. We met the minister of the local museum there, who took us on a hunting trip, and we thought, oh, this is going to be easy because Tatahuin meteorite fragments are greenish because of the iron content. And we got to the strewn field, and there were about 500 million rocks scattered over this mile. So there were a lot of rocks to look at, but we did find some samples.
Very cool.
Let me show you just one more, which is an unusual one for tonight. And this one came courtesy of Anne Black of Impactica meteorites. This is a very unusual one. Let me get that over in the right spot. In a good spot here. There we go. Okay. Now this has the unlikely name of Almahata-Sitta, which is Arabic for state. Almahata-Sitta, which is Arabic for Station 6, because Station 6 on the railway was the closest, and this was in this Sudan, in the middle of nowhere in the desert in Sudan. Station 6 on the railway was the nearest geographical man-made feature that was anywhere near this recovery site. So the neat thing about Almahata-Sitta, and Anne Black got most of these specimens of this meteorite, is that this fell October 7th, 2008. About 6 kilograms of this were recovered. You can see there's a lot of metallic stuff in here as well, and this is one of many meteorites that contains microdiamonds as well. This is the first meteorite to have fallen that first, on the way in, courtesy of the Catalina Sky Survey in Tucson, was spotted as a rock that was on its way in, tracked as it came in, and then recovered on the ground. So that had never been done before. This was asteroid 2008 TC, sorry, the writing I have here is so tiny. TC3, I think it is, the first object to be tracked on approach, and then recovered as a meteorite. So that's a really special one too. This is just kind of a peculiar range of meteorites, of a few odd things. We'll look perhaps in subsequent weeks at some other meteorites and also lots of mineral specimens and so on, and talk about how planets get made. But for tonight, that's what we've got. So if there are any questions, I'd be happy to chat about those. Otherwise, I will turn things back over and stop sharing. Back to Scott.
Okay. All right. Wonderful. So that's it was an incredible little voyage into the meteoritic world of David Eicher's collection there. That's very cool. Very cool. Okay. Well, we are going to hold our door prize questions next. The president, no less, of the Astronomical League is here to give some questions that you'll have to correctly answer. He will give you instructions on where to send them, and we will distribute these amazing gifts that we have. Again, we have a 68-degree waterproof eyepiece set from Explore Scientific. It's worth over $1,000, comes with a case. We have, for our second prize, we have the Alpen Teton series ED binoculars. These are roof prism binoculars. So if you're really interested in birding or natural studies or using binoculars for astronomy, these are really fantastic. And come with a case and everything, worth about $500. Then we have the Explore Scientific 5-in-1 weather station, which is also a very cool prize, worth, I think, something less than $200, somewhere between $150 and $200 off the top of my head. But, I think these are all prizes that anyone would like to win. And so I'm going to turn this over to Carroll Orge.
Thank you, Scott. What incredible prizes. Anybody, I think, would want to win one of those. Those are wonderful.
Sure.
It's a pleasure to tune in on this 50th event for the Global Star Party. It doesn't seem possible. It's been 50 so far, but time goes very quickly. So that's
Very
that's
quickly.
wonderful.
Yep.
Let's see if I can share my screen here. Okay, are we seeing anything yet?
Not yet.
Not yet.
Okay. Microsoft made some changes this week, and I'm not sure they were all to the better.
Yeah. Isn't that wonderful?
Yes, let me try just a little.
Today is Patch Tuesday, so everyone
Patch
got an opportunity.
Tuesday. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
It's
saw
a
some
thing.
options I had never seen before, and
Mhm.
I'm assuming it's still not showing, right?
Still not showing. So if you look at your Zoom client, should have a green share screen button.
Right, got that. Yeah.
Got that. So click on that, and then you will see options
Okay.
of different things. There you go. Now you're doing it.
You
All
got
right,
it.
There we
Yep,
go.
We can
Yeah.
see.
Okay. Yet another learning curve. I seem to have one about every time I turn around. Okay. Good. We are
Keeps us
good.
all on our toes.
Okay. I'd like to say just a few words about Alcon 2021. And I would like to give special thanks to Terry Mann and Chuck Allen, our co-chairs and officers of the league, who have really put in a ton of work on bringing quality speakers to this event. I'd also like to thank Scott Roberts and Explore Scientific for doing the technical work for us. And it is really looking like an excellent convention on August 19th through 21st, those 3 days. I'd like to first of all say some words about our keynote speaker, Jocelyn Bell Burnell. Many of you have heard of her. She discovered pulsars as a graduate student in radio astronomy at Cambridge and has been very instrumental in guiding many women in the field of astronomy. So we are very delighted to have her as our keynote speaker. And we have, speaking of door prizes, we have been very fortunate in that we have been able to accumulate approximately $6,000 in door prizes from
Holy
our individual
smokes.
clubs,
Wow.
which is just phenomenal. We put out the word to our clubs and said, we would really appreciate if you would provide a door prize for this event. And Chuck Allen says, let's try this and see what happens. And we tried it, and it's been wonderful. We have really been overjoyed by the amount of prizes. I think there's a pent-up demand there. Everyone's been not meeting in their individual clubs for so long. They just really wanted to help out the league. So we really appreciate that. And we also appreciate Scott for providing the grand prize, an Explorer Scientific MacCast 127 millimeter telescope. It's worth about $750. So I'm sure everybody will be waiting in line for that. But you've got to register first before you're eligible for that. So make sure you get registered very quickly.
Yeah.
Before we start our door prize, we always like to give this slide that talks about the precautions when looking through eyepieces or other astronomical instruments. Don't look at the sun without proper filtering. I know we get tired of hearing about that, but it's so true, and just one time is all it takes to really destroy one's vision. So we've got to remind everyone of that. So let's go on to the questions, or I should say the answers from the past star party, GSP 49, which was held on June 9th. The first question from that star party: if Earth were reduced to the size of a common globe, 9-inch diameter, found in many homes and schools, what would be the relative size of the moon, and what would be its distance from Earth on this scale? The moon would be the size of a marble placed 1 foot away from the globe-sized Earth. That's one option. Second option, the moon would be another 9-inch globe placed about 3 feet from the Earth globe. Or the third option, the moon would be the size of a tennis ball placed about 20 feet away. The answer is C. Congratulations to all who got that. Then the second question says, earlier today, and I think that was May 12th on this one, the moon reached its new phase, and that's in quotes, when it moved between Earth and the sun. The Astronomical League's Lunar Observing Program requires the observer to spot the young moon's thin crescent. What is the oldest moon expressed in hours that is allowed to fulfill the requirement of viewing a young moon? This would be the number of hours since new moon. 12 hours, 24, 48. And the correct answer is 48. And now to the final question. How many Earth-sized worlds, when mashed together, can fit inside the volume of Jupiter? 0, 10, or 1,000? And the answer is 1,000.
Wow.
Of course, Jupiter is the king of the planets size-wise. That's not too surprising, but that's a gigantic object out there, isn't it? And then we go on to our question. Oh, these are the prize winners from that event: Andrew Corkill, Cameron Gillis, Jeff Weiss, Neil Cox, Michael Wiesner, Israel Monterosso, and Michael Overrocker. And they will be added to the door prize list, and we'll draw from that list at the end of the month. And now on to, for the questions tonight, the answers. Send your answers to secretary@astroleague.org. Secretary@astroleague.org. The first question: how many moons does Mars have, and what are their names? Send your answers to secretary@astroleague.org. How many moons does Mars have, and their names? Second question: what bright star do Orion's belt stars point to? What bright stars do Orion's belt stars point to? And for you new observers, look it up real fast and answer to secretary@astroleague.org. And finally, what is the name of the newest Mars rover? What's the name of the newest Mars rover? And again, send your answers to secretary@astroleague.org. All right, get those in, and think that does it for me, Scott. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Well, that's awesome. You guys are, don't hesitate to put in an answer. You might just be the winner of one of these amazing prizes that we have for this week for the 50th Global Star Party. Up next is Stella Kafka. She is the director of the American Association of Variable Star Observers. She has been on several global star parties, sharing with us her knowledge of the amazing, world, universe of variable stars, and just how alive our universe is. I'm still burned in my memory our animations that she showed of globular star clusters with so many variable stars in them. It's just like, a Christmas tree, so beautiful to look at. And, through measuring variable stars, we understand a lot more about the galaxy that we live in stellar evolution. Stella is going to share with us a program. This is about the meaning of a diverse and inclusive community engagement.
Yes, and I would really, hi everyone. Can I share my screen, please?
I think you already are.
No, I'm not.
Scheduling made easy, make it fast. That's not you?
That's
Oh,
Carroll.
okay. Here, I'll take care of that.
All right.
There we go. Okay, there we are.
And here we are. That's me. So actually, first, thank you so much for having me again. Congratulations to the Star Party. Yay, we made it. An anniversary, it's always a great opportunity to take a step back and reflect. So when Scott shared with us that this is the 50th birthday, I thought of the amazing community we're building and how this is indeed one of the ways we are building inclusive and diverse communities together. And this is pretty much the theme of today's celebration. And I've been talking for years on how astronomy is truly diverse and inclusive, that it has no borders. But it seems sometimes that one challenge to such conversations is a lack of precision in the language that we use. So for example, the word diversity is used in so many contexts, and it means so many different things. So today, I'm going to just discuss a little bit what we mean by inclusive and diverse community engagement, and at least set the stage for future discussions and future brainstorming. As a non-native English speaker, I usually start with the basics. I go to my trusted dictionary. So according to my dictionary, community is a feeling of fellowship with others as a result of sharing common attitudes. This is actually the least controversial of these three terms. Community refers to a group whose members share something in common, as in attitudes, interests, goals. So the key word here is common. We all recognize and acknowledge that what brings us together is our joint interest in astronomy here, and our wish to be involved with some aspect of it, be it outreach, astrophotography, observing meteor showers, or attending lectures, reading articles, or taking data, either for our own enjoyment or for serving others and sharing it with others. Now, diversity refers to difference. As such, diversity is a property of groups, not of individuals. For example, I am a woman in astronomy, but I am not diverse. An individual cannot be diverse by herself, but groups of individuals, for example, the amateur astronomical community, can possess diversity. Inclusion is a little bit more involved because it implies action. It speaks to whether individuals in a group have equal access to opportunities and empowerment. They're welcome and heard and have the chance to learn. They have the chance to exchange ideas. They have to grow as part of our community. So what is an inclusive and diverse community? With that in mind, I found a very nice description of one of my favorite quotes. So in science, inclusion and diversity refers to cultivating talent and promoting the full inclusion of excellence across the social spectrum. This includes people from backgrounds that are traditionally underrepresented and those from backgrounds that are traditionally well represented. So that means that we enable anyone, anywhere to participate in our activities and our work, to facilitate their involvement. We welcome opinions, we learn with humility, we interact with respect. Inclusion does not mean excluding anyone. We talk a lot about enabling and empowering women in astronomy, for example. This doesn't mean that we exclude men or anyone else. Just think about it in the sense that when we're discussing that we need to preserve the rainforest, it doesn't really mean we're going to burn everything else down to ashes, right? So I am really grateful that we have a platform here, this Star Alliance that we're all part of, that is such a safe space for all of us as individuals and as a group to celebrate and share common interests with each other and with all of you who join us from all over the world. And of course, I have to actually tell you about the mission of the AVSO, to enable anyone, anywhere to participate in scientific discovery through variable star astronomy. We are aspiring to build inclusive and diverse communities, and we grow as we move forward. And just a last plug-in, I will refer to you to this summer's digital edition of the Diversity in STEAM magazine. It just came out. You will find an article that discusses our commitment as an AVSO community and our current activities on building such diverse communities. So with that, I will thank you for your attention. I will wish you clear skies, and let's keep the conversation live.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much. Stella, that just the, restating the reasons why that we're here and the reason why we share what we share is very important. And I think that you're right that this is just one example. Global Star Party is just one example of how we can have this kind of diverse inclusiveness. And I love it when we have people, young and old, expert or beginner, coming in and sharing what they know about the sky and sharing their passion. Many of us may not know as much as another, but the passion that we have is something that binds us all. So I think that's really cool.
Yes, and I think that no matter how experienced we are, whether we are beginners, we always have something to learn from each other.
Very true.
Something
Very
that
true.
I'm really cherishing with these kind of interactions and these opportunities.
Me too. Thanks, Stella. That's awesome. Great. Okay, so up next is Karim Jaffer. Karim is from the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada, the Montreal Center, and we are pleased to have you on yet again. You've given some really great and insightful talks so far. And had I gone to university and taken astronomy classes, I would have wanted to take them from you. So, Karim, you've got the stage. Thanks for coming on again.
Oh, thanks, Scott. That's very kind of you. As Scott said, my name's Karim Jaffer. I'm the Public Events Coordinator at the RASC Montreal Center. And I'm also the prof for astronomy at John Abbott College. And it's the 50th Global Star Party, and I'm very happy to say it's my 5th, so I can count 10% I've been part of these, which has been great. Nowhere near David Levy levels, but I'm trying. I'm gonna keep working at it.
Keep at it.
So when Scott mentioned that kind of the theme for today wasn't really a theme as much as just talking a little bit about inclusivity, my mind went to the transition education has taken during COVID and the way in which we can still try to reach, impact, and share astronomy, even when we're not in person with students. And so what I want to talk to you about today is just a couple of different activities and neat resources that are available for teachers as well as for individuals who want to get a little bit more involved in astronomy from home. And this very much leads towards the inclusivity idea because we've been dealing with students who, on the spur of the moment last spring, had to go home. They weren't allowed in residence anymore. They had to pick up and go home. Their internet capabilities were different. Some of them were even living in First Nations reservations or in small rural communities. And the access to equipment, access to infrastructure was different for every single student. And so we really had to come up with approaches that would allow every student to reach similar learning outcomes when we can't control their learning environment. And that really threw a lot of teachers for a loop. So I want to talk to you first, just a couple things that are going on in the RASC and the RASC Montreal Center, because Scott and I talked about this, and I want to make sure that if people are interested, they know that they can participate. So the first is this amazing project that I've been part of since International Astronomy Day, when we launched it during Global Star Party 45. That was the first time anybody heard about it out loud. It's Creation Station. It's a location on our website where we are going to be sharing short stories, comics, poems, and drawings from kids. So it's kids ages 5 to 12, and it's giving them a space to really express their imagination about space. The original deadline was June 13th, and we received some great stories and some great drawings and some really nice illustrated stories. And what we've decided to do is extend the deadline, but we're going to showcase all of those first submissions at our General Assembly. And our General Assembly is coming up in a little bit. I'll talk to you about that momentarily. But we have a global audience here. And I've gotten a chance through one of the individuals I met at the International Astronomy Day, Pete Williamson, to be part of Astro Radio, which is this wonderful volunteer network in the UK. They play music and space-themed shows every day, 24/7. I'm part of the Reach Out and Touch Space panel, which records twice a week. And basically, it's just music that's space-themed and then discussion about what's happening in astronomy and space. It's just a lot of fun. And we sit there, we chill out for 2 hours chatting and sharing our stories, and it gets recorded and played all week, which is a lot of fun. We're also prepping for our General Assembly. It's coming up in a week and a half, and we have an entire day dedicated to youth members on June 25th. So I'm hoping that I get to do the GA at the start of the summer and Alcon at the end of the summer. So I'm going to be bookending the summer with wonderful, wonderful assemblies. We're great astronomy outreach and amateur astronomers and professional astronomers to really learn from each other. So a little bit of context about what I teach and why I teach it the way I do. My course is an introductory astronomy course for science students at the CEGEP level. That's kind of a crossover transition between end of high school, start of university. So it's the equivalent to grade 12 and first year uni in most other places. The majority of my students come into my course with some interest, but most of them have no observing experience. And they've not really done any understanding of space or astronomy or astrophysics or any of that beyond what they saw in high school courses. In addition, with COVID and with the measures taken within our province here in Quebec, since spring of last year, we've had no in-person activities. And that doesn't just include classes and labs, it even includes things like public events. So we decided to take that as an opportunity rather than as a limitation. So we moved all of our public events and all of our clubhouses, everything onto Zoom from the start. And we've managed to bring in speakers from across the world, including Farah Alibay, who's one of the drivers of Perseverance on Mars. And she got to speak with us while she was busy prepping for the landing of Perseverance. When we wouldn't have been able to have her in person at that time, we were able to have her by Zoom, which was a fantastic opportunity. And it allowed us to coordinate that outreach with other centers. So we did that one with the Ottawa Center and with the Next Gen Committee. So we reach a larger audience, and it really spurs more in-depth discussion as well. The other issue with no in-person is no access to our astronomy library that we have, the I.K. Williamson Library, which I know Davies is incredibly fond of. I love this space for just the resources that we have available, the back issues of Astronomy Today, Sky News, Sky and Telescope, and the individuals, the mentoring that can happen with the amateur astronomers and the students in the same place. And then there's the fact that I couldn't lend equipment out to the students because with COVID concerns, we weren't actually physically handling equipment with students. So that meant that the students who don't have access to binoculars couldn't borrow one. Same with telescopes. And the students who wanted to do projects couldn't borrow things like the RSpec filter and the ZWO camera to be able to take their own spectra of stars. We also had a curfew and we had lockdown, which meant that we couldn't travel off island. And we are in some of the most light polluted skies in North America, in Montreal. And we had a curfew this entire year, school year, until May, that ended at 8 p.m., which meant that you couldn't really be out after sunset to do any observing. So that left me with a question of how do I still hit the learning objectives that I have? And I shared with you in a previous talk a little bit about the moon observations, how I switched the students to looking at waxing phases so they could look at them out of their living room window or during the evening before curfew. But the other thing that I did is I took simple activities like how long is the day, and I went out and took star trails from my backyard and shared them with the students with the timing so that they could determine the length of the sidereal day. And then I thought for the solar day, let me use timeanddate.com. So we know that the insolation changes the seasons, it changes the altitude of the sun on different days, it changes how long our daylight hours are. So I had the students go to timeanddate.com for Montreal, and a couple of students who were living far away from Montreal used Ottawa or Quebec City because they were closer to them at slightly different latitudes. And what they did is they measured for an entire 400-day cycle, every 10 days, the length of the day, the altitude of the sun, and exactly where sunrise and sunset happen. And they graphed out the altitude of the sun, they graphed out the length of the day, and they calculated the solar day and compared it to the sidereal day they had already done. They calculated the length of the year and they compared it to what they know from our calendar, the 365 and a quarter roughly. They calculated the tilt of the Earth's axis and the latitude from the location where they were looking. And they got to do that with real data for the last 400 days coming up to the day that they were starting this activity, which was a lot of fun. And then I decided that this is something I want to keep doing, but I want to do it where they can actually see the sun's trails. So I reached out to the UK to a place called SolarCam where they create these pinhole cameras with photographic film inside. And I currently have 2 up on the roof of my building. One of them is coming down right after solstice. And as soon as it comes down, I'm hoping to get a solography trail like this. So I'm really hoping that the students will be able to see not just the change in altitude and the change in path of where sunrise and sunset are. If everything goes really well, they'll see how many cloudy days we had. We had a ton, but they might even be able to see that sunrise partial solar eclipse just in those last trails that we got a couple of days ago.
Very cool.
The other thing I tried to do is I tried to take advantage of the free information that's available out there for students. So I went with one of Peter Williamson's approaches with using GIMP, which is free software, to analyze the data from Juno. And what I had the students do is I had them take one specific perijove and they could choose how they wanted to process that image, but they had to explain why they chose those settings, what part of the image they were trying to highlight, how well they felt they did compared to what they've seen before in literature. And it really gave them the idea of what is available out there for raw data for citizen scientists to use. You know, some of them would overexpose in one direction. Some of them got amazing clarity and detail because they figured out how to use the curve feature in GIMP. And some of them really struggled with the idea of what is beautiful and what is scientific, which is part of the process we all go through when we're doing our own astrophotography and trying to figure out whether our image really is good or whether we need to tweak it just a little bit more. And I felt that that whole process really gave them that window into what real amateur astronomy and real astronomy is. And then of course, because we have spring equinox and autumnal equinox, we were able to do the Eratosthenes experiment. And for some students, because of where they were living, it was very cloudy that day. So one of my colleagues, Trevor from Plato Astro, did a live feed measuring the shadow very close to solar noon on the equinox so that the students could actually take his measurements if they couldn't do their own. And then we participated in the global experiment and we shared our data with the school in Colombia. We shared our data with the school in Florida. We shared our data with the school in Puerto Rico, all with very similar longitudes to ours. And that allowed them to connect a little bit with the history of astronomy. But one of the things Stella said really is something that I try to do in my class, which is connect to the different cultures. And when we talk about the stars and we name the stars and we talk about who founded, or who understood the motion of the stars and the motion of the planets, we tend to come back to the Arab names, and the Western understanding of astronomy. But what I wanted the students to see is that there are rich histories in all cultures. So I found a fantastic resource for the students where you can take specific stars in constellations and see which constellations those stars are in other cultures, whether they're First Nations cultures, whether it's Chinese, whether it's Hindu, whether it's Australian Aboriginal for some of the actual zodiac constellations, which they can see there as well. And so I gave them this, and then I had them try to come up with a star with a story in either Greek or Roman culture, and then compare it to the story in another culture. And so, some of them would come up with ones that they've heard before as they were growing up in their Chinese family or in Korean. And some of them would look for really, really famous stories like using Sirius to determine when the Nile was going to overflow and understand how that affected the way in which farming happened in Egypt. And so they would make those connections organically because all of these resources are available to them online. Then I introduced them to Zooniverse. And Zooniverse is fantastic because a lot of my students come back to Zooniverse after the fact. So the first term, I gave them free range on Zooniverse and I said, just explore, see what you like. And I found that a lot of them really navigated towards Galaxy Zoo because we were talking about the morphology of galaxies in class. So the second semester, I made Galaxy Zoo the required one for everyone. And then I had them mention what other ones they would like to do if they come back to Zooniverse later in the future. And since Terry's going to talk about it later, I'll say that Aurora detection was one of the favorites for most of the students. But one of the neat things is whenever I do these types of research projects with real data, I offer the students a chance to write up their experience. And so in the coming issue of Sky News, 2 of my students are actually going to have their published experiences on doing citizen science through Zooniverse. So that's going to be in the next issue of Sky News. For the major group projects, I normally offer the students the use of the robotic telescope from the RASC a couple of times in that term to set up data for either exoplanet transits or for astrophotography. And I normally want them to do spectroscopy if they're interested. And there's normally about 1 or 2 groups that like doing spectroscopy. This time around, they couldn't get their data for spectroscopy and they wanted stars that I didn't have data of. So I reached out to Tom Field, the owner of RSpec, and he sent me data from himself and from other members of the RSpec community. And so we reached out to other astronomers doing amateur spectroscopy, and the students were able to analyze that data like the data for Sirius here. And then the skills that they had learned from trying to do the Juno processing, they tried to use those with other solar probes. So 2 groups started looking at New Horizons and Mars Orbiter, the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter, and Cassini. And they took those raw images and practiced processing them as part of their project. But the project I'm most proud of this year, and the thing that I want to end on, is Orion's Quest. Now, Orion's Quest is a group that is available to any teacher to participate in. And they sponsor students working on analyzing biological research aboard the ISS. So this is real research being done either synchronously on the ISS, or that's already been done that is still being analyzed. And so they got to work on looking at cancer cells on the ISS in space versus at home, stem cells, heart tissue, you name it, microbial growth and managing the growth of microbes on the space station. So these students got an amazing experience that combines their preferred career path in biology with this interest that they had in astronomy and space science. So one of the big takeaways for me with education here in COVID times and trying to work around curfew and lockdown is most of these activities that I've built and that I've been working on, I'm going to keep going with them because they allow the students to explore areas they want to explore, regardless of what equipment they have available to them, regardless of what their background is. And I'm finding from the feedback from the students from this past year that most of them are actually going to go back to Zooniverse. And even if they don't do astronomy, they're going to do other stuff. They're going to go back and do some of the amazing zoology or some of the amazing botany projects that are there. And just this wonderful world of citizen science, I can't wait to explore it more. Thank you.
Awesome. Awesome. Wonderful. Thank you very much, Karim. I think you have, you've got some new students here that are hanging on every word. So thank you very much. That's awesome.
My pleasure.
That's awesome. Up next is Terry Mann. Terry Mann is the secretary of the Astronomical League. She also happens to be a former two-term president of the Astronomical League. She's done many things for our astronomical community for a very long time, but she loves being out in nature. And you know, she's one of the bravest women or people that I know. This intrepid explorer has gone out to some of the most remote areas of the wilderness. She's often in Alaska. She goes up to, she tries to get up every year to photograph Aurora. And where you have to go, there's not a lot of people out there. So she's often by herself, but I don't think she'd have it any other way. Terry, thanks for coming on to the program. You often see Terry, have seen Terry promoting different things, and she also, she coordinates the Astronomical League live events, the last one, which was last Friday. So it was fantastic. We learned all about pulsars. And so Terry, take us into your world of Aurora.
Thank you, Scott. You know, for the last few times we've all been talking, we've been talking about how astronomy, the hobby, has grown so much. And I think we've all seen that. Our clubs are busy. We are busy. Everybody seems to have something going on. And for me, you know, I thought I belonged to some Aurora groups. And these groups, we always are talking about imaging, but we're also talking about solar cycle 25 and how we're going to deal with the next coming solar max. And I thought, you know, we've been talking about this a lot, so maybe I just talk a little bit about it now, because anybody interested in Aurora is honestly probably beginning to think that way. We're seeing a lot of activity. So I'm just going to start with, as Scott said, I'm a nature person. Give me the outdoors, give me a good storm, give me an eclipse, clear skies, wildlife, and that's where I am going to be. And that's kind of where my photography journey started. I have been interested in astronomy all my life, but I always wanted to see the aurora. I mean, really see good aurora. Now, I have seen it from Ohio. Both of these images are from my backyard. The one on the left was from 2003. It was early in the evening, had a large CME, a coronal mass ejection, and this was right out my front door. In 2012 on the right, that was in my backyard. And by this time, my neighbors figured out she is always outside and she's always looking for Aurora. And they said, if you ever see it in Ohio, you gotta call me. At 3 a.m., I am calling all of my neighbors to see this. And we ended up, there was a party in my backyard until everybody had to go to work. And this on the right was the first time I had ever seen pulsating aurora. And to me, and I named this picture Soul of the Night because it reminded me of a heartbeat. It had a constant, just rhythm to it that just amazed me. I remember just standing there in awe, watching this white wave go through this aurora, and it was amazing. So one thing is, we're looking at this picture. I want you to remember about the position of the Big Dipper in this position. But anyway, we do get aurora down low, you know, in the lower 48 every once in a great while, just enough to get my appetite whetted that I really want to do something. I want to see good aurora. I want to go to Alaska. And so the first trip I made, I started planning in 2004. And my first trip was in 2005. And, you know, when you're doing something like this, and it's something you want to go see the aurora, but for me, I wanted to image. And that meant I had to do some serious planning. I had to learn about what it is I'm looking at, how it comes about. I needed the science behind what Aurora is so I could get all the right equipment, make decisions on the best places to stay, try to figure out if the Aurora was going to be visible. So I started learning. And I just kind of threw this in here because I felt this was really important. As many of you know, in May, just last month, we had a sunspot that produced 10 C flares and 2 M flares in 24 hours. Now, granted, these are not huge flares, but there was a whole lot of them. I've never seen this. So I'm thinking, okay, I'd like to see it, but if I don't see it, okay, I'm going to Michigan. I want to go up to Mackinac City, and I need to get out of the house. I need to go somewhere. It's been a long time since I've been away. So I went to Michigan, and naturally, they're building it up, rapid fire explosion, multiple overlapping CMEs into space. Combined CME will hit Earth's magnetic field late hours of May 25th, and possibly, potentially sparking G2 class geomagnetic storms. Well, it hit on May 26th at 9 a.m. So, and the headline that day, CME sparks minor geometric storms. Aurora, when you chase, and I do chase sometimes, you have you can use all of the science that is out there and use your best judgment, but it is hard to predict. It is not predictable. At 9 a.m. tomorrow night, the Aurora is going to be there. It ain't going to happen. It's not going to be that way. You have to try to understand some of the science behind it. And that's not always enough either. The Aurora does what the Aurora wants to do. So I started planning and I thought, oh man, I am in Alaska. It is winter in Alaska. I'm going to need to be dressed right. I've got to survive being out at night. I need to make sure I'm in Ohio. We don't have a lot of snow, but my driving skills are decent for snow. I knew I needed to rent an SUV. Every time I go up, I rent an SUV. You need to do that in the wintertime for safety, especially if you're going to be driving on who knows what roads where. So I bought all my clothes the first time in the US, in the lower 48. And as I needed to replace them, I would just buy them in Alaska because very honestly, I could go to an outfitter that people are used to, farming, whatever it is they do. They have these heavier clothes, maybe more geared for this. And I could go there, try it on, and easily buy it. So year by year, I replaced my whole outfit. All except the hat there. That came from the Columbus Zoo. It was on one of those cold days in the zoo in December. But you can see I'm on Clary Summit, for anybody that is familiar with that. I'm outside of Fairbanks on Clary Summit. My next big thing, I had to figure out, how do I photograph this? Man, I've got cameras that are going to get cold. I mean, we're talking cold. There were nights I shot at 40 below. And typically I was shooting 5 to 20 below nightly. That was just kind of the way it was. And very honestly, in this outfit, I mean, yes, it's cold, but I still stayed warm. I'd move around a little bit, but I still stay warm, but I am geared for it. I have multiple layers and I can handle that. But then when it came to the camera equipment, what do? I had to really do some real research because I needed cameras. And starting out in 2005, cameras were different than they are now. I needed something that could handle the highest ISO possible because I wanted to catch the structure in the Aurora. I wanted to freeze it. I didn't want the blurs. I still have blurs, but I was going for structure, and I still do. That's what I like the most. Sometimes that works, sometimes it doesn't. It depends on how strong the CME is and how much there is out there, how bright it is, how fast it moves. So I studied a long time. You have to figure out what it is you want to do. Maybe structure isn't important for you. Maybe you just want pretty landscape, and then you can use different equipment. But you need to really do some research because this is a major trip. For me to go, it will take me roughly 15 hours from all the layovers when I leave Ohio to land in Fairbanks. So it is a long day, a long trip, and when I get there, I stay. So again, here I'm trying to figure out, okay, Aurora, what is this? How does it happen? So I learned about all of these different things. And I didn't know in the very beginning, I really didn't know that it was connected to the sun. So it was great education and a great learning experience. It opened up solar imaging for me. I started working at Age Alpha. So it brought even more to my astronomy, looking for the Aurora oval, understanding what all this is. And again, all the science in the world is not going to make predicting this simple. You do your best shot, and that's whatever it is. Now, when I first started, I was running film. I mean, I was a real film person. I was probably one of the last people to go digital. I had my own darkroom. I understood what I needed to do. I understood the mechanics. I was used to manual. I could do everything, adjustments in the dark. So I was used to film. And I think a point here that is good to make too, you don't need to have a video camera. You can run time lapses of the Aurora. So this is one of my first time lapses in film from Alaska. Now, when I play this, watch what happens to the ground. This just blew me away to actually see what happens. Watch the ground. It lights up and turns green. And this was one of my first time lapse from Alaska. And so you can do a lot, even if you don't have big expensive equipment. You can do a lot with a camera and a tripod. And I found I really liked fisheyes. I really enjoyed seeing what was going on all the way around, because there were so many times I could look and it didn't matter what direction I looked. If I turned around, something amazing was happening behind me. It was just incredible. It kept me going all the time. When I go to Alaska, I turn into a third shift worker. I stay up all night. I go to bed for about 4 hours. When the sun rises, I run around shopping, I eat, and I start the whole process again. And I love it. It just really helps and gets me enthusiastic. It helps me to learn about what is going on. And seeing it and understanding it at least helps a lot to do what I want to do. And this was another one. You'll hear me talk about coronal aurora here shortly, and that is what this is. And if you look really closely, the Big Dipper is right here. It is almost directly overhead in Alaska. So you're looking straight up. Your neck will be so sore after 2 days of sitting there just standing, looking, that you'll want to lay in the snow after a while. And like I said, I make plans for a perfect time every time I go, but always I'm going to have clouds sometimes. And it is amazing to watch the aurora flash behind the clouds. And do you notice the ground is green again? That's how bright and intense that aurora was. This is Chena Hot Springs. Chena Hot Springs is a good place to go see the aurora. That's the very first place I saw aurora was Chena Hot Springs. This one on the right, I call this the only one awake, because sometimes I'm out so far and I'm all alone and I see one light in a little cabin and it's like, wow, I thought I was the only one awake. And the aurora was just amazing that night. And during the day, as you can see, it can be like a winter wonderland. It is truly amazing to walk outside. The first time I ended up on the CBS Sunday morning news. I was not interviewed, but they were with a tour I was on to go way out in the country. And I found out real quick, when I was walking in snow up there, if I didn't stay on the path, I would sink almost to my waist sometimes in snow. And CBS Sunday Morning News was there. And I think it's Lee Crowley pulled me out of the snow. I was trying to get away from some lights and I walked off the path. And I sunk clear down, and he came over and pulled me out of the snow. So you stay on the snowmobile path when you're up there. And this sunset, this is sunset. You see where the orange is at. Sunset and sunrise. Sometimes you will get the most amazing reds and purples. And as soon as the sun starts to go down, I start watching for aurora. So you have such a wide variety of cloudy, very active, okay, aurora, everything. And to understand how to image it or not image it and just sit back and look at it is something you need a little bit of experience, but you need to understand what is going on, how it's working. This is another time lapse. This is going to be coronal. This is close up. Now look at this. This is actually looking almost straight up at the Big Dipper. This is the aurora moving around, right around straight overhead. This is coronal. And this is the green. Most of the time you are going to have this type of green. And when you take still pictures, when it is colorful, like you're going to see here in a minute, this is what you end up with. Again, the Big Dipper is right here in the middle. And over here, it is right over here. And sometimes the colors just jump out. I mean, now the cameras obviously will always pick up more color than your eyes. But when you're sitting there, and I'm telling you, when you see the next video, I literally fell on the ground and watched. Because, I've got one more slide, sorry. As I said, the reason I'm bringing this up is because of solar cycle 25. If you were thinking you might want to go see the aurora and you might want to go to Alaska or anywhere in the lower 48, wherever you might be, look at all of this. This is probably, in my opinion, and I have been wrong before, this is probably going to be one of the great times over the next few years to do this. And plan on it. If you go, you will not be sorry. When you see an active aurora, it'll impress your soul. You know what you have seen and you will never forget it, and you'll be addicted. You'll want to see it more and more. And it's always different. I've heard people say, I've seen it once, I don't really want to see it again. But to me, it's always different. It's always exciting. It is fantastic to watch the motion. So fall in Alaska was great. I was supposed to be in Alaska this year, but naturally shoved my trip to next year. So, if you're thinking about going to see the aurora, think about it around now. Start planning. When I go, I make my reservations a year at least out because I want to stay where I want to stay, and I want to make it most convenient for me to do what I want to do. And it's very hard sometimes to make a last minute trip unless you just take whatever is available, where to stay. And I don't want to do that. I want to really enjoy where I'm at. Okay, and this will be my closing video. This is going to be real time. I am using a Sony A7S for this. And when I was out there that night, we had a huge CME hit. And I'm going to talk while it's running. Now, this is actually, what you will see. This, as I'm standing there, this is exactly what I see. Again, Big Dipper, I'm going straight overhead, and I have the articulated screen, thank goodness, because now I can point my camera up over my head. I am shooting at 25,000 ISO, but this is live, and you will see some of it actually just start burning out in color because it is so bright.
Look at this.
I heard everybody. You could hear everybody anywhere near screaming and hollering as you're watching this. About this time, I just said, oh, the heck with it. And I laid in the snow. And I kid you not, 20 minutes, I counted over 20 coronal, where you could see the coronal aurora that night. I watched it bounce from horizon to horizon, the energy. Wow. And get to the Big Dipper and just swirl. It was honestly amazing. And this is why I say, if you ever really thought about seeing the aurora, think about it over the next few years. It's hard telling if it will be, a really great solar max or a blah solar max. But I have been in Alaska when it was really bad, and I still saw some aurora. I did not see the coronal like this. You need pretty good, strong CME to hit the magnetic field in order to get this kind of aurora. But when you see it, you'll never forget it. It is truly amazing. So that is where I'm going to leave it at, Scott.
Fantastic. Beautiful.
Yeah, it is, honestly, it is like celestial fireworks. You can just sit there and just be in awe. And then there's times there's clouds all over the place and I'm sitting there just screaming at the sky.
Ah!
I know the aurora's there, but I can't see it. Come on. But
Right.
this is real time. So
Oh, it's beautiful. Absolutely mesmerizing.
it is. Definitely is, especially when you're under it.
Yeah. Now, could you hear it as well? I've
No.
heard.
I have never heard it. I mean, there are people that say they have, but I have never heard it. I honestly, a couple times I was in places where it was so quiet, I thought maybe I could, but no, never did hear it.
Okay.
I have heard it once, and that was the only time I've ever seen aurora, and that was quite low on south in Finland, but it was like minus 30 degrees Celsius. And I went out and saw this green, and it's like a very low thunder.
Huh.
But you got to mix some electricity, like twisting or something like that into it. So it sounds, yes.
Huh. That's amazing. I would love to hear it sometime.
It's like electric. You put these electric wires, you know, the like bricks, like lightning, and send then a little bit thunder on it.
Huh.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's
That would
really
be
cool.
amazing. Yeah.
Really
So
cool.
Terry, I think I remember that day you talked about the May 25th, 26th, and you came up to Michigan.
Yeah.
I remember driving into the Thumb and watching like the BZ number, thinking maybe it'll stay low, and maybe, maybe something will show up after sunset. It stayed low, but as the sun set, it went straight north.
Yeah.
And I went, this doesn't look like it's gonna work. I ended up, and I don't know if you've been to Eagle Bay, is one of the places in the Thumb of Michigan where Aurora, where you can often look off to the north and you can see the Aurora on the horizon. So that, I went there and all I saw was the moon rising. So I took a picture of that and I went back home.
Yeah.
But so I also got lucky the solstice. Did you take any Aurora pictures during the solstice 320? I guess it was pretty active then. I got lucky. I was on the Thumb and there it was in a distance. So I took a lot of pictures of it. And even at a distance, it was a beautiful sight.
Oh, I bet. Yeah. For me, Mackinac City's about an 8-hour drive, maybe 7 hours if I really push it. But I really enjoy just being up on the lake. But a lot of the times I go up to the UP of Michigan or the UP of Minnesota. And that's another way in the US, I mean, in the lower 48, that you have a good chance of seeing that. I mean, Michigan, Minnesota, these are good places that you can at least go and see it. Now, I'll be honest, I've never seen it like this down here or even there.
I don't even think it's going to be possible unless it's such a huge, coronal mass ejection. Then I'd be worried if my phone is still going to work after it's done at that point. But but no, it was very beautiful. This was very beautiful. I was spoiled with seeing the aurora before I got into astronomy. It was flying all around me in Wisconsin, and I could tell that's what it was. I didn't have a camera at the time, didn't have as much interest. I just knew what I was seeing, but didn't capture it. I just watched it, the wisps of aurora and the curtains forming. I remember seeing it, and years later, as I got involved in late in life, I get involved in astronomy, and wish I could go back in a time capsule and see that again, because I'd know what I'd do with it. I'd bring my trusty camera with it and have lots of images. So, even when you can't see the colors, it's just still a mesmerizing thing.
It is. It is. So thank you, Scott. I sure do appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to go to a 10-minute break. So stretch your legs, get a cup of coffee. We have had a tremendous lineup and a very inspiring lineup of speakers. if you're not already pumped up by now, I don't know what will. But we have, after we come back, we have Libby and the Stars. We've got John Briggs. We have Pekka, Hautala, Cesar, Brollo, Adrian Bradley, who's been commenting here, Maxi, Falieras, and much more. So we will see you in about 10, and we'll be back.
Terry, just so you know, we're all joining you next time you go.
Hey, the more the merrier. Yeah, I'm going back in March since I had to cancel my trip this year. So I'm just hoping it's as good as what I think it might be.
That was breathtaking. It was.
Thank you.
Terry, I got feedback from Springer. They have their board meet every couple months to look over the book proposals, and I think next month is the next meeting.
Okay.
So it'll be about a month and a half or something probably before we hear anything about your book.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that, Jerry.
Sure.
Terry, the first time I went outside when I was stationed in Alaska to look at Aurora, I was on kind of crunchy snow. I walked out, crunch, 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 and stopped. And behind me, I heard one extra crunch. And then I took 3 more steps, 1, 2, 3, and then there was a 4th behind me that stopped. And clearly something was following me out there, and I didn't know what it was. It turned out it was the camp dog, a very large husky, and I was relieved to see that it was a husky.
Yeah, I bet so.
Yeah,
definitely.
You have much trouble with clouds when you go on these trips?
Sure. I always go when there aren't supposed to be any clouds. Yeah. It doesn't matter if I'm just out, doing night photography or if I'm going for Aurora. I know that's going to be a real factor, whatever I do. So whenever I plan a trip, I just, I realize that and I hope for the best. But I always have other things I can do that keep me busy. There's other photography. There's stuff during the day in Alaska. During the day, the moose. I have fun with moose. I'll never forget the first time I bought a digital camera. I was really wanting to get this picture of this moose, and I thought I was pretty far away, but I switched modes. And I didn't realize when I switched modes, my flash went off, and it startled the moose, and the moose started coming at me, and I started running. And, I ran back, I got to the car, but I happened to look up and see a busload of tourists in the bus behind my car taking pictures of me running from a moose. So I thought, somewhere on the world's stupidest videos, there's going to be this girl in a red jacket running from a moose. Yeah. But it was amazing the things that, I have actually been through up there and done. I feel very comfortable, even though I am there a lot of times alone. I feel very comfortable because I've gotten to know a lot of people. I've stayed in different places and gotten to know a lot of people up there. And as I said, I'm part of the Aurora Chaser groups down here, and a lot of them go up there. So, usually there's a good bit of people that I know because we all go at the same time. Let's see.
I don't know if you're seeing this. This is from one of the people in the audience who says, Terry, if you can see this, amazing. I realize you see it quite often, or at least more often than most. In the 90s, they reached very far south one night, and picture 4 Boy Scouts given a night pass from camp, go camp wherever you like, and seeing that being in Maryland. Nobody believed us the next day till it was all over the new.
That is amazing.
All over the news.
That would,
right?
That is amazing.
That's cool.
That is something never forgot it.
Never forgot it. That's true.
Yeah. When you really see something like that, I'm telling you, You don't forget. It will stay with you and your mind forever. And it's different every time.
Yeah, thanks for sharing that, Terry.
Sure.
Awesome.
Glad to. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, thank you. Nothing like a hot cup of joe.
I can hear it. And I'm joining.
Yeah.
And here's Scott smacking his
What's
lips.
everybody doing?
Who turned on the Ibar and something like advisement of hot coffee.
Yeah, that's
yes.
That's right. Here we go.
Yes.
This is so good.
Yes.
I never have another cup of coffee at home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nothing is best than this now. Yeah.
That's right. Martin Eastburn. I used to be a film guy from 11 by 14 view camera. I had an 8 by 10 view camera, never an 11 by 14, to a 35 millimeter and 500 foot rolls of color, or a 320 version of Plus X, and used it. AFRS photo professor. Professor, and take pictures guy. Yep. Martin, I used to do a lot of film work myself. It was very interesting. I find digital photography even more interesting, even more control.
That's something that's interesting to me, Scott. I mean, a lot of us, like Greg was in photography and you were in photography. And then I was in high school. I did photography in high school and took pictures, sports pictures and stuff, and learned how to develop film. And then I was into astronomy too. So I think a lot of people that were photographers also are interested in astronomy.
I believe so.
It's just an extension with the lens work, you know, the lenses that you use. It's kind of it starts out that way anyway.
I went about it backwards. I had the astronomy club and someone handed me a DSLR. So I started out shooting astronomy and then decided, well, what else can I do with this camera? So I ended up getting into terrestrial photography and kind of went from there.
Right.
Of course, I missed my grandfather was a film photographer. I heard he was doing things like trying to take, since we didn't have drones in the 70s, he was on an airplane leaning out of the window taking overhead pictures of the town. So
very cool.
So I guess I have some of my adventure spirit from him.
Yeah,
I had a friend that he would use the self timer on his 35mm camera and throw it up in the air. Okay.
That's funny.
Yeah,
I've done quite a bit of aerial.
Ugly afterwards, though.
Yeah, I've done quite a bit of aerial photography too. It's kind of hard to fly the plane and take pictures at the same time, though.
Okay. Well, our next speaker is Libby in the Stars. Libby, how are you doing today?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm good.
Great to be the 50th Global Star Party.
Oh, thank you. You've made it. You've been a huge contributor to it. So we really thank you for all the time and sacrifice that you've made to do this. You know, I know you have a busy school schedule and a busy family schedule, but we love it that you've come on so many times, and you have grown in your presentation style, and well, you've grown since that time. You're taller now, and you know, you're coming into your own, Libby, and we really appreciate it. So what's your talk about today?
I'm talking about the Elephant Trunk Nebula, and I have a presentation to share. I was just thinking about it today, right before I joined. I was like, you know, I started off the 8th Global Star Party, and it seems like just yesterday I just finished sharing all the planets, because I know I did all the planets once.
Right.
And I was just like,
yeah, you've taken us all through the solar system, to many parts of the Milky Way, and some galaxies too. So it's been very cool.
Yes. So today's presentation is on the Elephant Trunk Nebula. I know we talked about it a lot in the Star Party. We've mentioned it a couple times too. So what is inside the Elephant Trunk Nebula? So the Elephant Trunk Nebula is a part of the constellation Cepheus. So the Elephant Trunk Nebula in IC 1396 region spans over 5 degrees of our sky. So it's pretty big in our sky when you're up looking at the sky. So that is also equal to 2 full moons in our sky. It's that big in our sky, which makes it pretty easy to observe. I have not observed the Elephant Trunk Nebula myself, but it's definitely the thing I am going to observe on my list. And I need to get my telescope back out. I know it's just now summer, so there's no weekend at all. It's just all the weekend. So I have enough time to sleep in and stay up for the star parties and stay up to be able to observe outside. I know there's some different stuff to observe too. And so the Elephant Trunk Nebula is found in an almost bigger star region named IC 1396. So it's kind of all in the same area. So that area that kind of spans over our sky is within the 5 degrees. So it's pretty easy to observe through there because it's that big in our sky. And that's kind of the same thing with like Jupiter and Saturn. They're big in our sky. So you're able to see them a lot more because it's just a beginner thing to study. I know a lot of people here in the Star Party, when we first started doing astronomy, Saturn and Jupiter were some of the first things that we ever observed. So I wanted to talk about the Elephant Trunks nebula being mentioned on NASA's astronomy picture of the day. I recommend for the astronomers out there, you can get the NASA app on your computer or on your tablet or your phone. And on the notification, you can also set for it to remind you about the astronomy picture of the day. And I have it set there, and it's pretty cool. Not a lot of people know about it, but every single day, a new picture of astronomy has been chosen, and they'll highlight the person who took the photo too, and tell about how they took the photo. So the Elephant Trunk Nebula was featured on NASA's astronomy picture of the day. I suggest you guys go follow that. The picture on the right is the one that was featured. When the astronomy pictures of the day happen, they have like a little bio of the photo too, that shows that the person who took the photo can give a little biograph about how they took the photo, what they took the photo with, how it looks so pretty, and a little bit about the Elephant Trunk Nebula too. So the person who shot the photo is Chuck Ayub. I think that's how you say his last name. I know we've mentioned him a couple times on the Star Party too. And he also has his own YouTube channel, Chuck Astrophotography. So I know we mentioned him a few times. So I was looking at the astronomy picture of the day, researching, and I didn't even know it was Chuck's the guy that we were talking about, and Chuck's astrophotography. And so he shot the photo through narrowband filters, which makes all the dust and detail in the photo kind of pop out. Because one thing that I love about looking at the stars and nebulas is just how some parts of the nebula are like sharp, and then the other parts are like all soft and pretty. And it's just so beautiful to look at it in its natural beauty. And so that's what I was just talking about. So this picture is sweeping through the constellation Cepheus. And so where to observe the Elephant Trunk Nebula. So as I'm saying again, the IC 1396 takes up a lot of our sky, 1 degree square of our size, but 5 degrees. So it is one thing easy to observe. So if you were getting into astronomy, you're still an amateur, you're not too good, this is a good thing to observe. The Elephant Trunk Nebula is a concentration of interstellar gas and dust within the much larger ionized gas region. And so the IC 1396 is located, as again, the constellation Cepheus, about 2,400 light years away from Earth. The IC 1396 region is easy to observe because of its very big size, and is equal to the size of 2 full moons in our sky. So if you think about it that way, that gives you kind of good reference to think about. So if you were looking at the moon, just think of the 2 moons, and that's how big this constellation in that region is with the Elephant Trunk Nebula in it. I also suggest you guys to really follow the astronomy pictures a day. And if you post your pictures online and stuff too, you may maybe even one day be mentioned by NASA and get to share your stuff. And you also get to explain how you took the photo too. And you get to say like, oh, I use this and I use this. I follow it every day, and it's pretty cool. It's kind of cool to see someone that we've mentioned a lot on the Star Party taking the pictures, because a lot of NASA stuff, I'm sure some people who work at NASA have seen our global Star Party and stuff and everything. So NASA is more about like accomplishing missions in space and like getting people out in space. And one thing I noticed, I'm going to space camp again this year, July 11th through the 15th. I am planning to go back up to Huntsville again. And one thing I noticed while I was at space camp is NASA's about accomplishing, there's many different things in NASA as mechanics, there's robotics, not just astronomy too. And so I didn't really see a lot of astronomy going on at space camp. It was mostly a lot of learning how to be an astronaut and doing a bunch of simulators like that. But it's kind of cool to see NASA do some astronomy. And I know NASA does a lot of astronomy programs for kids too. I remember last summer, before I even joined the Star Party or went to space camp, you can go on NASA's website and you can print out these little sheets for kids to do with different activities. I remember I made an origami. I remember making an origami star shield. I think that is that whenever a telescope kind of explains the science, whenever a telescope in space is taking a photo of a nebula, the star blocker will kind of block a brighter star so you can see farther out in the galaxy. And so there's lots of activities to do, and matching with the theme of the Star Party of outreach and stuff, and the importance of outreach and getting out into the community. I think that's really fun to share, because I remember that's one thing that really got me into space. And I know the Elephant Trunk Nebula is one thing that really got me into space too, and the nebulas a lot, because I used to look at them and it's so crazy to see all this natural beauty that's out in space at this moment. The Orion Nebula and the Horsehead Nebula and the Elephant Trunk Nebula too. Cat's Eye, those are some of my favorite nebulas that really got me into astronomy, because I was thinking all of that natural beauty out in space. Like when you look at Earth and you look at buildings, those are all man-made and stuff. But when you look out in space, it just randomly happened.
Thank you, Levy.
Thank you for having me on.
Great presentation.
Thank you for having me on. I love coming to the Star Parties. I always tell my friends, I'm like, if you ever get into astronomy one day or just want to get on the Star Party, let me know. And I've been emailing some of my friends from space camp, and I know one of them might be into doing a Star Party soon, who is in my cabin. She's really nice.
That's great. You can invite her on, no problem.
Yes.
All right, that's great. Okay. Well, Libby, the other thing I want to say is a lot of people get very inspired by you. So people of all ages, all around the world, and we're lucky to have you on here. So thank you.
It inspires me to hear that. I'm inspiring them and they inspire me back. The importance of outreach. And I know I saw Scott 3 years before I got into astronomy. My mom dragged me down to the square of my town and was like, look, it's a net. She was like, look, it's lunar eclipse. And we saw Scott there. And I didn't see him for another 3 years. And I didn't even know it was him when I first started Explore Scientific. So the importance of outreach is very nice. And I know astronomy is starting to become a more mainstream thing. And I think that the GSPs have definitely helped with that. And I think the 50th Global Star Party is a good milestone to reach, because it's the 50 parties we've done, inspiring people to go home and do astronomy and get into astronomy and research.
Well, it's all of you that have put these shows on with us, including you, Libby, that's made it happen. So that's great, And we got a lot more to do, so it never stops,
Even though quarantine is still, even though quarantine is going to end, hopefully very, very soon.
Yeah.
We're still going to do the global star parties, hopefully.
We will still do them. We will still do them.
I was listening to the 4 o'clock show of my mom, and I know you guys are talking about, you can't really have international global star party every single week. You can only do that by doing virtual, because everybody have to fly in planes and not be very chaotic just to get one star party. And I think that doing the virtual star parties are just as helpful as doing the ones that are the ones that are in public too, and still inspires a lot of people because I know we do the after parties. We let everybody join in who hasn't really like had a chance to come on the star party before, and you see more people join in and everything.
Right. Libby, thank you so much. Thank you. I look forward to your next presentation.
Thank you for having me on.
Thanks. Okay, well, up next is John Briggs. John has, John is world famous for his contributions to restoring observatories, to inspiring people also, and all the things that he does. I think the first time I got to actually meet John in person was at Mount Wilson Observatory, and he had this beautiful spectrograph with him, and Sam Hale, who was the grandson of George Ellery Hale, was there, and he said, "Scott, pay attention to this guy." He said he's really inspiring, really amazing, and so I wasn't disappointed. And I'm so happy to have him here on the Global Star Party. And John, are you there?
Am I coming through?
You are coming through.
Excellent. And here in New Mexico, I'm in the middle of nowhere. I can't always trust my internet link, so I typically send my presentations pre-recorded to you, so you can play them and I can ask questions afterwards, just to make sure that gives the best chance of transmission to anybody watching. So why don't you go ahead and let her rip, Scott? It's about my backyard observatory here, and I'm so very grateful and privileged to be a part of your wonderful show.
Oh, well, thank you. You guys make it, so thank you. Okay, so let me share this. Here we go, and I'll take it full screen. And let's see. There we go.
Well, you might have to try it again and share the audio because we're not getting the audio.
Yeah, okay. Let me do that.
There's a button to press for that.
Yeah, you're right.
It's easy to forget.
It is. Here we go. Is that working?
Still not hearing the audio if there's supposed to be some coming.
How about now?
No.
Just a
well,
a beautiful vista.
Why don't you talk over it, John?
Oh, geez, Scott, really try one more time if you can. It's if we have to resort to that, I shall. But
all right.
I sure wish we could. Okay. I think you have to press the audio, the sharing first, maybe before you start it.
Yeah.
We made it work before. If it doesn't work, I'll try it.
Okay. Let's see. I do have the share sound checkbox on. Okay.
Okay, we'll try it one more time. If it doesn't work, I'll talk over it.
Anything?
Not yet.
Not yet.
No.
So the sound's not coming through. I know you had sound coming through earlier, Scott, with the like the beginning of the star party. So we know that's working. I'm not sure.
Is it playing it because it's still on the same display?
Yeah. Now, well, why don't I just try talking over it, and I'll do my best because it's going to be automatically advanced. But this is about my backyard observatory here in New Mexico, and I'm in the middle of nowhere, and it's not for everybody, but you get used to it, and it's really the desert beauty is I sure enjoy it, and the skies are very dark, and that's actually my house there in the middle of nowhere. And in the beginning, about 20 years ago, when my family and I came to this area, I set up portable telescopes outside the house like this, but of course I aspired to get an observatory. Well, I got a military surplus dome on top of a trailer. And that's what this thing is, surplus from nearby White Sands Missile Range. And it's about a 10-foot diameter dome. And the foundation for the telescope lowers down so it doesn't vibrate. Well, I was worried about having a ground rod to get good electrical grounding up near the observatory. So I had a friend come with a drilling rig to put a ground rod in on top of the hill. And that was kind of cool. He had this amazing thing like out of Mad Max or something.
Yeah.
The electric hookup is kind of primitive, but it still works. Now the sky is beautifully dark. That is the winter Milky Way arcing up from the lower right, and the zodiacal light arcing up from the lower left. And this photo by my friend Stan Honda, who was visiting here from New York City. The zodiacal light is going up through the Pleiades there, and Orion is in the upper left-hand corner, kind of distorted because this was an extreme wide-angle lens. But one of the things you enjoy here in New Mexico is that zodiacal light. Well, shortly after I got the dome set up, I made friends with a fellow named Rick Thurmond, and he is there with me. I'm on the left, Rick is with the hat on the right. Now, Rick had an astrograph up in Albuquerque. He's a fellow member of Albuquerque Astronomical Society, and he was seeking dark skies to set this up. And I said, come on down here, bring it down here, and we'll have fun together with it. Well, it turned out poor Rick was suffering very serious cancer. And friends shown here from Albuquerque Astronomical Society and our local Magdalena Astronomical Society helped Rick move the equipment with an 8-inch astrograph made by Officina Stellare on an astrophysics mount with a nice CCD. And so we got it set up in the dome and we got it working really right away. Well, here's sunset approaching at the site, and we'll show you some of the things we got done. This was our first target, the Spaghetti Nebula.
Wow.
Which is a fabulous supernova remnant. It's very faint, and Rick wanted to shoot for faint stuff, go really faint. That's what this astrograph was good for. And to get the data for this picture, we actually observed over a whole handful of nights using the same guide star, many short exposures that were later combined, with the computer through different filters. But he was very proud of this Spaghetti Nebula shot, and of course, so was I, assisting him. Mm-hmm. We had the mounting and the camera and the telescope all automated over the internet, so he could use it remotely. And here's the Crescent Nebula, another one of our favorite results. We worked together about 1.5 years, but the sad thing, Rick was fighting very serious cancer. There we go. He was fighting cancer, and he couldn't travel here to operate this, but he was able to operate the equipment remotely over the internet. And the only thing we didn't have running was dome rotation and opening and closing the dome. So I was the dome rotation mechanism. If you're advancing these manually, Scott, go right ahead. Because they're on a timing loop, and I'll just go with it.
There you go. Go ahead.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, here's another real faint supernova remnant. The field of view of this astrograph was wide, 3.5 degrees by 3.5 degrees. In other words, about 7 full moons by 7 full moons. Jeez. And so this is a gigantic faint object in the sky. As I recall, we collected data over 5 nights to get this one final assembled shot. Then you can kind of tell how dense the stars are in the wide field of view, that it was going very, very deep to get this ancient supernova remnant. Now, I've been interested in astronomy a long time, but I hardly knew about the existence of these things because most of the things like this can only be seen photographically. and it needs pretty specialized astrographic equipment to record these things. And well, it was a lot of fun, and it was an education for me. Go ahead and advance it, Scott, if you're doing it manually.
There we go.
Maybe you're not.
There we go.
There. Here's a more pedestrian shot, simply of the, well, it's beautiful, of course, at least to my eye, of the, they were the open star clusters in the winter Milky Way, M76 and M77. Oh, there they are. And this was a shot I recorded, and this was a much easier shot than that other one, but still with a fast astrograph like this, looking right into the Milky Way, very dense star pattern, and just terrific to get a lot of stars in the shot. Go right ahead, Scott, with the next picture, which, yeah, this shows my other friend who is now visiting. I'm afraid Rick Thurman passed away, but he asked me to scatter his ashes right there in Hilltop. So he's still with us when we're observing up there. And it was just a very amazing experience, my friendship with him. But anyway, another fellow visiting now is Dr. Robert Fugate, and he comes with portable equipment. He also uses the astrograph. He loves wide-angled imaging like this. And he says in a shot like this, I love the pictures with a lot of stars, and goodness, doesn't it show a lot of stars, man? And that's that's the North American Nebula there, and the Milky Way in the vicinity, centered on the constellation Cygnus, the Swan. And this was with a relatively conventional camera, but carefully chosen lens. Go right ahead, Scott. Okay. So Bob Fugate, my friend, who also took, whoops, that's a little too fast.
There we go. Just jump through.
Yeah, there. I don't know. We can just go with it there. Yeah, that was one heck of a shot.
Look at that.
Yeah, that is showing the Magdalena Mountains that are maybe 5 miles south of my place. They're illuminated by the small village of Magdalena, but this is a very deep shot with a very sensitive camera, very fast lens, getting the summer Milky Way rising. This is the sort of stuff Bob Fugate loves to do. And you go to next slide, Scott.
Yep.
Bob Fugate is a retired optical physicist who spent his career working for the US Air Force, and he was one of the pioneers of laser guide star adaptive optics, but he loves astrophotography in his retirement. Here's just a more conventional shot. There's the Big Dipper. We were seeing those magnificent auroral displays earlier. Well, we don't see the aurora in New Mexico unless we wait around for something like the Carrington event, but the faint green bands on top of the Big Dipper here are actually oxygen air glow, very high in the Earth's atmosphere, which is kind of like the aurora, but present all the time from dark sites. Well, I've now got a second military surplus dome and a secondhand RV trailer up on the hill, a weather station, and a dog to go with it all. And there's the inside of the RV, which we use as a control room. It's perpetually very cluttered, but it makes a place for us to get out of the cold. Here's the double star cluster in Perseus, recorded by Fugate and myself with the astrograph, relatively conventional shot, but then the magnificent globular star cluster Omega Centauri in the southern sky. I could not see this growing up in Massachusetts, but at the right time of year, we sure can see it from here in New Mexico, and how cool it is. I can't remember let's see, 36-minute total exposure time. And here is M101 in a beautifully composed shot by Bob Fugate, and we were working together for all of these. But he's a very gifted processor. The triple, the so-called galaxy triplet in Leo, and the supernova. That's okay. The supernova, the recent supernova in Messier 61. We observed this with students logging in recently from University of Chicago in an astronomy class. And it's very gratifying, of course, sharing a setup like this with interested students. This is what's become possible nowadays with the technology is so powerful for backyard observatories. You know, stuff like this absolutely beyond my wildest dreams as a kid growing up. Other targets of opportunity we try to seize upon, like the beautiful recent comet passing by Messier 81 and Messier 82 there. Which one was this, for heaven's sake? There was a Pan-STARRS comet and the Atlas comet. This was recorded by another friend that collaborates with me at the site, Eric Toops, who is best known for his solar photography, but he lives right here in the village of Magdalena. We're 100 miles drive southwest to Albuquerque, but this was in the dawn sky, and I'm just I'm proud to be up on a hill in a nice remote spot. This is one of my favorite shots, but boy, it doesn't look that spectacular, does it? You got to look closely. Looks like an open star cluster or something, but the next picture, when it appears, will show you what we're really talking about, because it's not just a boring open star cluster. It is actually the Coma galaxy cluster. And here, the annotations have been turned on. A function with certain powerful software automatically identifies all the galaxies in the field of view. And if we weren't just showing slides like this, it would be possible to zoom in on this and really see how each of these designations is associated with a little circled speck. All these galaxies have actually been recorded with merely an 8-inch aperture astrograph. Well, the dawn's light and the sun is rising, so I'll wrap up this presentation. And but thank you for letting me show you about FOA Observatory, an acronym that stands for Fooled on a Hill. Though now with my friends coming here and working with me, which is the most gratifying thing, they suggest we call it Friends on a Hill, but to me, it will always be Fool on a Hill, like the Beatles song. Thank you very much, everybody, for your attention.
Thank you very much, John.
Wonderful presentation.
Thank you, folks.
Amazing, amazing.
Even more impressive that you caught up with the random nature of the slides.
Yeah,
it was pretty tough. But I think you kept it spot on. It was amazing to watch.
Thank you, Adrian, very much.
Okay. All right. Well, with more to come here, we have Pekka Hautala from Stockholm, Sweden. Pekka has become a champion of dark skies. He is an award-winning astrophotographer, and he's inspiring in his own right, whether he's in the audience or he's here on the stage at Global Star Party. We enjoy him every time. So, Pekka, do you want to come on?
Yes, thank you, Scott. A very hard baton you gave me again. You know, this when they run and they give this stick. So it's a little bit hard to run after John, but I do my best.
You do just fine.
Okay, so I participated on an astrophotography contest that the Swedish International Space Agency held between 1st of August 2020 and 30th of April 2021. And I was very late to contribute with my picture. And there was a girl on Facebook that saw my picture, and she wrote a proposal that why don't you join this competition? Nah, but okay, I sent a picture, and then I got a call from her, or a message that she needs my phone number, and she called me and congratulated me that I am one of the winners. We were 16 winners, in different categories, and over 400 pictures came in, and they picked one of mine, and I didn't believe it before I saw my picture. And I will share my screen.
How did that feel, Pekka?
It's still hard to believe. It is really, it is. I have done astrophotography for a little bit more than 1 year. I started last year in April. I took my first photograph through my telescope. So it's hard to believe.
Yeah, it's wonderful.
This is in the middle of the Stockholm, and on summertime, and the vacations begins very soon, and this is crowded. It's called Kungsträdgården, and it's a park that is built for kings in the middle of the 1500 to 1600. And it's a meeting place for concerns, and every big happening is here. And approximately on summertime, it can be visited by 100,000 people a day. So
a lot of people are going to be affected by this image, Pekka.
Yeah, I hope so.
That's great.
And here is the stands. They are lightened and so on. And there is a small description. And if you take this OC QR code, you can see more information in your phone. You just scan this, and you get the translated.
What a great idea.
Yeah.
What a great idea.
And here is the moon, the picture I took.
Excellent.
And,
very detailed.
Yeah, but I realized afterwards that, oh my God, the moon is not upside right. It's you can see the Finland there. Can you see, Scott? There is the hand.
I still see the rabbit.
Okay, it's Finland.
I see
but
the rabbit
anyway,
and the rabbit's ears.
I couldn't tell them that it's upside down, because this should be up here. And then they contacted me that they need the TIFF file for the printing. And I realized that I don't have it anymore. I just have the JPEG. And okay, that's the first problem. But I found on one of my hard drives the movie. And I had to reprocess it. And any more lucky for me, I had saved in Registax the wavelets.
Wonderful.
So I had a little bit lucky there. And okay, then they had the party there where somebody came, the gang. We were a couple of people, but they had a champagne and so on there. And it was a quite sunny and cloudy day, and I have this solar allergy, so I can not be more than a couple of minutes in direct IV ultraviolet radiation. So I was not able to be there. But this is NQ, the big shop, should I say? But look like this is a bar, and they just gave up a little bit restriction, so it will be crowded. They got their beer and so on.
Great.
And this is the evening when I were there and took the shots for my own sake. And this is the Tuvalu who they calling me right now at that point of time for what do you call a video call.
Mm-hmm.
This guy is called, let's see, he is Niklas Engström. He took the picture of the Pleiades. You can see all these pictures in Swedish National Space Agency's homepage. And there is the whole gang. This is Tuvalu. And these three are people from Astronomical Youth. And this week they will run a summer retreat school for young people who are interested in astronomy here in Sweden, in Stockholm. This guy came from Malmö. It's 500 kilometers, 310 miles to be here. And this is Peter. He was one of the top winners. He took some solar pictures, and I can show his pictures and one GIF. And we talked yesterday, and he will learn me. He will be your mentor on solar imaging. And this is his picture. He participated of sun. And this is his GIF of protuberances. And he is shooting from in the middle of the Stockholm town, of the roof of a skyscraper, you can say. And what do we have more? Okay, then yesterday was the last day to participate to Tyler's cellular phone contest. And I have had not good weather. So yesterday I took some shots and could send my picture to Tyler. And this is the cellular phone, but I couldn't reach the sun because I have this balcony floor above. So the sun was 53 degrees in altitude, and I can see only for now. I have lowered my mouth to the minimum and took off those the dampings clothes you have under your feet, so they are damping. So now it's as low as, but I couldn't reach, so I have to take my azimuth mount. But I will. That time I was making a movie with my phone, and you can't process the phone AVs because they are in the format that PIP or AutoStacker don't understand. So that's. But I took one picture, and I think, yeah, and then I saw these clouds a couple of days ago. They begin to come. I don't know what do you call them in English, but they are high silver clouds. 1 hour after sunset.
Beautiful.
And this is my eclipse, and I can show you today's sun with a very large spot. This I was taking this today.
Excellent.
So that's all for me, Scott.
Wonderful.
And there is me, Adrian, and Jeff from Canada. We was today on Romanian TV.
Oh, wow. Congratulations.
Will Jeff show it, or will Andrew show it? Or should I show it right now?
Yeah, go ahead.
Adrian, do you have the movie?
I don't. If you've got it, you can show some of it.
Yeah, because I got the blue screen after yours. So Jeff is on, I am on, and the rest I didn't get because I got the blue screen from our friend Microsoft.
Yeah, I have the movie. I was gonna go watch the whole thing and see when our pictures
I can
showed
share
up.
it. I can
Go ahead
share
and
it.
share it.
It's 2 minutes, 1 minute long. Do I have
Okay,
time?
then yeah. What do you think, Scott?
Go ahead and give it a try. If it's copyrighted, we probably shouldn't, but
It is on internet.
okay.
It's free to download on Facebook.
Very good.
Probably good then.
Yeah.
Okay, we should go. Let's see, I will start it from beginning. I am not sure if we have sound. So there we go.
We have your desktop now.
Uh-huh.
With the world famous picture.
Yes.
The southern, it's a southern hemisphere moon, so it's not really upside down.
That's right. There is no upside down in space.
Yeah.
No, there is not. Yeah, that's correct. Let's see, how do I get back to...
That was a crescent moon or
No,
it's the first quarter.
I'm looking to see if there's a lunar X and lunar V are on that moon, but I don't quite see those features.
Hear you scream in space.
Let's see. Now I
can't tell if you're right side up or upside down.
Now I'm trying to share it again. Where is it? It's there. And I maximize it, pause it, and now I will share it. Let's see where it is. There. Can you see it now?
Yes.
Yes.
They missed an A, but okay, it's forgiven.
Oh,
there is no sound, isn't it?
No sound.
That.
Okay, but we can't understand. They are talking in Romanian. But we can understand our names.
And we can understand it's an eclipse.
Yeah.
Yeah, look at it glancing below.
Yeah.
Across.
That is what with my DSLR. Static pictures.
And Karim had to leave.
There we go.
Oh, Karim, Jeff.
Yeah.
Composite. Those were.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, look at the.
Yeah, you can see it.
See it rising.
Devil's
in a
horn.
crescent.
Wow.
Yeah.
And it's over.
Oh yeah, this guy.
He's the
Adrian.
man.
Yeah, I've heard.
Yeah.
Of him.
All the bugs were around. With my photos.
Very natural, those pictures. Adrian.
That's it.
Yeah.
And that is for downloadable, or you can see it with Romanian speech, if you like to.
Yeah, I'll be checking out the.
Yeah. So that's all for
video.
me.
Well, thank you very much, Pekka. That's great.
Thank you.
Well, we're going to go all the way.
And I like to thank everybody for this enormously great broadcast. It's every day I watch my clock. Okay, soon. Okay, now the EM on football has started. So.
Oh, okay. Let's interrupt that.
Yeah, no. This is much more important. I have a 4 screen, so I can split it.
You can watch and
watch and but listen.
You have the
this.
technology.
Yes.
That's right. That's great, Pekka.
Okay, thank you so much, Scott.
Thank you so much. So we're going now from Stockholm, Sweden, down to Buenos Aires, Argentina,
Argentina.
None other than Cesar Brollo, who's been on many global star parties. In fact, I'd say a majority of them. So,
yes.
Yep, and it's great to always have you on, Cesar. We love your sense of humor, your enthusiasm, your knowledge, and your inspiration.
The pizzas too, yeah.
Yeah, so.
The pizzas, yes.
That's right.
Yeah. Yes, I remember.
And you have many fans, you have worldwide fans,
So.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, this was real because it was in the first European edition of Global Safari. I remember that was a Friday that I was making pizzas for
I remember.
Yes, I said, okay, I'm I remember they say, okay, I return to see my pizza in the oven. Oh yeah.
Now you'll see a lot of people in the chat right now, and they're all calling you 100-mile-per-hour Cesar. The reason for that is that Cesar has tried to do astrophotography in some of the most adverse, windy conditions imaginable. So
absolutely, yes. And now I never suffer more because I'm using my living room and I'm separate in a very simple things. No, with a great technology of Jerry Hubbell, if not only so basic to use my EXOS 100 in the balcony. Maybe you can see the tripod and the EXOS in the corner of the balcony. Outside is 46 degrees or 7. It's cold. Yes, it's cold. Here is cozy. Yeah. I'm in t-shirt because I felt very, very well. And it's not now. It's not. It's a little windy. It's a clear night. The idea came from my son Agustin. You know him, and he told me why do you need the computer? Why do you need to be outside the balcony? Winter is horrible. Yes, I know, but yes, and you are old. Yes, I know. And I say,
and you're old.
yeah. Take care, Dad. Oh, yes. And changing this is very easy, and it's something that like my camera is not Wi-Fi. Actually, I don't have a system like an ACR of CWBO or another one. The only thing that I need to have outside is the computer, the camera, and the telescope. Actually, I don't use telescope. I use my EXOS 100 like a tracker mount that is great, really great for this, because it's then another something that makes this comfortable, nice, is that the mount is go-to. You can use another tracker mounts that are not go-to systems, and it's a nightmare because you need to go to the cold weather, and for me is something like a paradise, because for example last Saturday I took a picture of Lagoon and Trifid nebula together, because I'm using my camera with a zoom of 300 millimeters, and I need only to take this picture at 3 a.m. in the morning. Of course, that I go to sleep and I put my alarm. I'm wake up 1 minute, and I am using now that is my cell phone with a free software that is Chrome Remote Desktop. It's nothing. It's very easy, and the computer is outside the computer don't suffer in the cold weather, really, because it's much better for your computer be outside in the cold weather, work very well. And I need to change all that I need. I can change, maybe you can see, from inside. It's very easy.
Yeah.
It's really not complicated. And of course that if the mount is Wi-Fi, this is much better. But if your mount is not Wi-Fi, you can use only a cable with to the computer, and you have all ready. But like I use this, I'm happy because it's something like I don't need any more. The go-to, I can drive the mount with the iPad or table or tablet with Android. Thank you, Jerry. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, Cesar, we're going to be giving you more stuff, even if you don't need it. You can look forward to some stuff in the future.
Yes. But it's a solution for the people that many people suffer the cold weather and don't make astronomy and wait and lose a beautiful sky that you can enjoy in winter. And really this worked very, very well. I'm expecting to have put a telescope over the mount, but while I'm because the telescope are for my customers, but really I enjoy use the Yaxus like a tracker mount, and the complement of the go-to is really helping, because I'm really happy to use a system that works so properly. This one is to make more astronomy, to be for example, to spend more time searching some, for example, something that for me that I start to search some, for example, some a type of open clusters in the area of Vela or near to Eta Carina. For example, tonight I took a picture of 50 pictures of to stacking for the Omega Centaurus cluster. Last Saturday, I took a picture of Centaurus A galaxy, and I don't have any more. I don't have problems with the cold, and I take more time to take more pictures, or visiting with an atlas. For example, this is something like I'm start to use not only computers. I love this book that is the Photographic Atlas of the Stars. Is the author is Arnold, Doherty, and Moore, and it's a great atlas. And for example, this is something that I use again, and it's beautiful because I search in this book. This book is having a great history. I earned, how to say, sorry that my, como digo, me gané esto.
I won.
I won. Yes, my daughter that speak English is very right here. I won this book in the Pitch State Stargaze in the 1999. Yes.
The Peach Stargaze.
For me was yes in Atlanta, Georgia.
Yeah.
Yes, Was so great. Say, oh, it's a typical thing that I say, okay, I like, because for me, a telescope like price is not really, well, maybe, I don't offense for me, of course, but a book like this is great. And I decided again, this is really great to use books with Atlas, and because I have more time to watch the sky, because I don't think in the cold weather. It's great. Yeah. It's a change.
Yeah,
Only
it took me 4 years. It took me 4 years to get out of the cold weather.
Yes, no.
I was in the winter. I was at 10 degrees in the winter time, and at 2 o'clock in the morning doing stuff. And I'm glad I have a remote observatory now to use.
Yes, yes.
Oh.
I'm going to make, of course, a remote observatory too. Maybe the problem is that using balcony is great, but the problem is that many parts of the skies are
blocked.
Are blocked by the roof or the many parts. But actually, is an idea. Is for regression people that maybe have the same situation and don't use the telescope and have the same possibilities. Sometimes they have alt-azimuth mount and it's Wi-Fi, or maybe it's not Wi-Fi, but they can use with the computer. I show this in my Instagram and in my social networks to many to my customers and friends, and tell me, come on, I can make this. Why I can make, oh yeah, thank you, Cesar. Yes, for me was something like come on, yes, Google Chrome, because sometimes I say, and work absolutely perfect. It's a solution, it's a fair solution, of course, for small telescopes, and work.
Yeah.
I make more pictures from the balcony. I have a lot of image to stacking and process. If I can process something for tonight, I show you the pictures of Omega cluster or another thing that I have.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a half hour.
Wonderful. Have a
yeah,
pizza.
yeah.
Have a
pizza.
Yes.
Yes. Tonight was a great, because part of my family, when for example, when Terry Mann started to show the how do you say the auroras or
yes.
Auroras. Auroras, yes. It's like similar to how to say in Spanish. Mm-hmm. They watching MasterChef that in many countries. I say, okay, I have something more interesting in my computer. Oh, my family came to watch the Terry Mann video of the auroras. Was amazing. I write that we can compete tonight for the Emmy. Yes, tonight is a great show. It's a real. It can be an honor to the yes.
And all of you that are presenting tonight, you're bringing it all on. So it's wonderful.
Yes.
It's great.
For me, it's really you make a really a great job, Scott, because it's from maybe 1 year. Today I'm searching something of videos for to show the Exus 100. I found the first GSP video because it's full. The YouTube channel is full of videos in Explore Scientific. I said, where is, I need to see, yes, I was searching the first video where Sherry Hubbell showed the Exos 100, put in my side. I say, come on, and I found the first GSP, incredible. Yes, 50
Incredible.
is a
that
great
was
number.
August 4th last year. August 4th, and we have been running at least one GSP a week, sometimes two a week, but it's a little hard to do. And we've run some that ran during the Great Conjunction. We run, I think, 5 times in one day, something like that, covering it as it was observed from around the world. So that was a lot of fun too.
Yes, absolutely.
Yes,
I think that was it's because it's a great show, really.
Well, you guys make it happen. So, and you're a big part of it, Cesar. Thank you.
It's a pleasure. It really is a pleasure.
Thank you. Okay, we'll be waiting for some images from you tonight. Is there anything more you'd like to add?
While we speak, I'm process something very, very fast, of course.
Okay.
Only to show something. Okay.
All right. So we're going to turn this over to Adrian Bradley. Adrian made the excursion to the Upper Peninsula in Michigan to
actually it was
the eclipse.
Well, it was the thumb. It wasn't quite all the way to the Upper Peninsula.
Okay.
Yeah. Right. That would have been another 3 hours one way on the drive. And I did consider doing it because there was more eclipse to see if you go to the Upper Peninsula, but I ended up in the thumb, and I did get to see some of it. So I had
a friend that went all the way up.
Yeah.
And he got clouded out. So.
And that I was watching forecasts, and I kept looking, and they kept changing. And the forecasts were very favorable for the thumb. And as I was driving, the forecast then became favorable for Whitefish Point, which is way up the UP on the eastern side. And since I had to work that exact same day, I made the call and said, I'm going to go with the thumb because I need to be able to work that day, so the same day. So it was a pretty marathon day. And I will share some of the images. You saw some of them already. The cell phone image probably traveled further than any of them. That's after the eclipse is done. Turns out I have Lightroom still going, but I will click here. A couple of images that I took that I didn't necessarily release, but as I started to see the crescent of the sun come up, let's see, I'll move this over here. So I started seeing the crescent and I just started taking pictures. A lot of these were handheld just because I wanted to react to what I was seeing and try to frame some of the pictures if I could. I focused on the sun as it was rising. There's the crescent hanging out of the cloud and one of the gulls flying by it. It was a beautiful, nice and warm morning. And from this picture, you wouldn't suspect that, there was much going on. But this is one of the pictures you saw as a lot of cloud cover, but the sun shone through it. So I ended up with some very interesting cloud. This one was probably the most interesting as far as clouds. And of course I had some spots on the camera. Here's a full image that I probably should have shared. It's the eclipse is regressing, the moon is moving off, but you can still see it. Now, never look at the sun without proper equipment.
You're right.
I have to say this disclaimer because you have to be really careful. This was taken without a filter because of the clouds, and it enabled me to be able to take that shot. But this bright area here, dangerous to look at with the eyes. With your camera, you have to be careful because you can burn, you burn your sensor out trying to, take the photo. Put a filter on it. You can get shots like these. You aim right at the sun and you take your quick photo, and you may end up with something magical. So it is a bit of a challenge. And so this is sort of a portrait view of it. This was the photo that could have gone around the world, but I didn't upload it and I wanted to get something out. So I used a cell phone photo that you'll see. I tried to zoom in a little bit, but with a camera, it just doesn't beat what a telescope can do. And I didn't have my telescope. So I tried something artsy. Here's a shadow, Point O'Bark Lighthouse, which is a very favorite place of mine to go. Nice image. If I roll forward, which let's see if I can see if I can do this. Yeah, now I think I can roll forward. There's the sun, and it's a little bit, you can barely see, there's a little bit of the moon left as it's as it's receding, and you can see all the bugs that were flying around out. I forget what kind of flies they may have been called, but there were a lot of them. And now I have to, okay, there we go. And once it was over, I took this picture, and because the sun ended up so bright, it ended up in a part of the clouds where you could just feel the heat coming from it. It's no longer eclipsed. It just, the light was different. And so I end up taking this picture, and so it looks more like a silhouette. It's a darker look. That's because the sun is so bright. So you're taking pictures directly at the sun. Everything is, you're using pinhole aperture, you're using your fastest shutter speed, your lowest ISO, you're at base, you're taking the shot and you're pulling the camera away, and you're not taking a long time to compose because that's the sun and you don't want your optics to melt. So that was the final shot. And after that, I looked around and I said, boy, am I tired, but I have to go to work the same day. So I started driving back. Lately, I've tried to image since then. Davies loved it when I took a picture of this tree. I drove back and said, oh, I'll give it a try. And I ended up getting the crescent moon as it's setting behind the trees.
Yeah,
and
that's a beautiful shot.
That's this is the sort of stuff I like to mix the nature of it with the beauty of it. Open plains, whatever I can find in Michigan, I'll shoot it. And I've returned to this tree a number of times, so it's a pretty good foil for shooting this sort of borders between astro and just a beautiful nightscape. So, and then back to practicing Milky Way shots. This was with the mirrorless camera, all the fireflies and the road. So now that Milky Way season is coming upon us, it's time to continue to work on my Milky Way photography. We saw some absolutely fabulous pictures in dark skies of what this region can look like if you expose, and you expose for the Milky Way. This is an unmodified camera, and it surprises me that some of this detail can still show up. To me, it's pretty amazing. It just lets me know, what you can do. I do use a tracker, and this was a 30-second with high ISO, 6400. When it's dark, you can shoot at higher ISOs. You can still get good photos without as much noise. There is some noise here, and you can see it. But then sometimes I'll let the graininess stay and let the picture look, because it gives the picture more of a painterly look to it. Sometimes you can make that work. Got to shoot the moon.
Nice.
And this was that same crescent, I believe. I trying to remember if I shot this I think the same night I saw it and I said, I have my bigger lens with me, why not? And I fired at it and ended up with a pretty nice crescent. And I think that may have been
Really
the
good,
final
Adrian.
image. Oh, I had a couple more. And it'll just be quick. With a modified camera, there's more detail you can get, but I'm still working on my process because boy, is it grainy. But there's lots of detail there. And here's the eclipse picture taken around the world. All those bugs, and that's a bird flying through, and all the bugs were in the way, but you could still see the eclipsed sun.
Yeah.
And this was the picture I took with my iPhone. You can take some solar pictures with your iPhone if
Pretty good.
yeah, in
Yeah.
cloud. It's got to be the right conditions to do it.
Yeah.
And so I took that so that I could send it off and be a part of the live broadcasts, and lots of folks have seen it. It added to the beautiful eclipse pictures that were taken during that time. So it was wonderful to be a part of that, and just I enjoyed just being out there with my camera. And
right.
Yep. So now that the moon is growing, it'll be time to go back to using moonlight to try and get some photos. So it's one thing that I found that in astronomy, sometimes we can take the night sky for granted. We can take the moon for granted. A lot of the deep space astronomers that love to shoot all those beautiful nebulae, the galaxies and things, the moon comes out and we sort of grumble about it. It's like, it's a moon out. I can barely get anything. There's ways around that, of course, and then clouds come out and then you go, well, it's cloudy, so I can't shoot. And, that kind of ruins the night. I began taking up more traditional photography because rather than sit around and say, well, there's nothing to do, maybe I can use those clouds, maybe I can use the moon to produce something else beautiful. Maybe it's not going to be the Milky Way like it is behind me. That's a portal to Milky Way, and I can't wait. I'm going to Okie-Tech to see a Bortle 1 sky, and I will probably run around with my tongue hanging out, drooling, tripping over my camera equipment, and bringing everything I've got and just trying it and getting yelled at by the visual astronomers, and then I'll bring my visual astronomy equipment too, because I do like visual, is seeing it with your eyes. That's the part that we're missing, that we hope to get back to with these star parties. There's nothing like having someone see something through a telescope with their own eyes, and their response is priceless. We can show them some very pretty pictures and tell them of our experiences, but that is the one thing that we haven't quite been able to replace with our technology. And I look forward to being able to do that. And that's what I'll close with is pictures are beautiful, and you can do science with them, but in the end, it's the human connection to space that connects all of us. And that's what we're here for. So thank you all for listening and looking at my pictures.
Thank you very much, Adrian. Thanks for the inspiration. That's awesome.
We put the Adrian Bradley picture, in our group, Cielos Oscuros Astronomía Amateur, and the people love it.
I saw that. I thank you for sharing it.
Yeah, yes. The people tell me that was amazing with your picture. Really great picture with the birds, the sea, the horizon. Incredible, excellent.
Wonderful. Okay, so up next is Maxi Falieras. Maxi has been on our program now 3 times, 4 times. Is that right, Maxi?
I think 5 times, because
5 times. Okay, you're becoming
at the
a regular.
of May.
Yeah. Okay.
The first day of May, I start to come here invited by Cesar and obviously you.
Yeah, of course.
And I'm glad to be in the 50 GSP. It's an honor, and I'm very grateful for that. Good night, everyone. How are you? I hope you enjoy this this live chats and everything. So what I want to talk about tonight is about what I did the last weekend. If you see the last GSP, I talk about the new project of the Astronomical Center in Alberti, a city very close to from where I'm from. So I was invited by Marco Santa Rosa, and we've been organized to see the skies because the weather was very good. We're seeing that maybe it's going to be cloudy, but later not. So we decided to go, and we was maybe 50 kilometers from the city. Let me show you my screen. So here. I don't.
There you go.
Okay. You see?
Yes.
Okay.
An incredible image of a eclipse.
Yes, this is. I printed with. I asked my brother to print it, so I wanted to do.
Antarctica 2021.
I don't think so. Maybe in some boat, or maybe in the Base Marambio, but no, not here. It's very far away.
It's very far, really for us. We have the Antarctica with Argentinian bases, but it's really expensive to go. It's near to impossible for us.
So, well, sorry if I'm taking mate, because here's our 4 degrees Celsius. Maybe it's 40 in Fahrenheit. So it's very cold.
It's cold
yes.
out there. Yeah.
So the mate is hot water with yerba. So
cameras work better in the cold. So
yes, of course.
Everything works better in the cold except for the astronomer.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So,
yeah.
Here's the farm where is this rural school that was created maybe in the end of the
19th century. Yes, 19th
century.
Century. Yeah.
Here's the building. You can see it's very old. And here's the friend who comes with me with his car. Here's Marcos, and this is another friend of him. And they give me the keys of the building because we have electricity. You can see the cables. Right. So we can connect, obviously, the mounts and the computers and everything. So this is a postal. You can see the structure of the building is very, very old, and it's like an English type of building. So, well, this is my car, and you can see the afternoon was amazing. The view, the weather, when we start to put the equipment. So, well, this is a total view. We have 2 horses in the other side. They were very quiet. So this is basically what I took with my cell phone when we've been in the dinner. The galaxy was above us, and the view was amazing. You can see the center of the galaxy very in 3D. was like you can touch it, you can grab it. No. The view was impressive. This is another picture that I take. This is in JPG format, only ISO 1060. But this is was with the camera of Marcos that he gave me because he want to do some astrophotography, but he couldn't stay because he has some other thing to do. And I put it on the amount to was tracking very good, and start to take pictures of the core of the galaxy. So to do some pictures, then to publicity the project, because this week Marcos told me that there is ¿cómo se dice? Una empresa, the company.
Business, the company, yes.
Yes. Is going to be in the place to start to reconstruction the old building to make it safely. And to
like a sponsor.
Yes, but basically the project is started.
Excellent.
So maybe in 3 months or 4, it's going to be ready to go again with better structure and very comfortably to be there. So obviously I was taking pictures with my DSLR cam, my Nikon D80 and my 8 inches telescope, but because I was in another place, I couldn't see how was the pictures taken. So I downloaded the program AnyDesk to connect to my computer with to do remote. So basically, I can see how was the pictures. What I wanted to take was do only one night to one object, one single object. This in this case was the dragons of Ara. It's a very cloud and has a very nebulosity. That's the cloud looks like similar like dragons fighting.
I see.
So, well, this is the dinner. Cesar, you know this.
The dinner
This
nebula.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yes, this is dry chorizo.
Come on,
chorizo seco.
yes. I know these guys from the Pampas. Come on, yes. I am from the city and Maxi is from the Pampa, from the farm area. And really they have a wonderful life because they have these things and I love it. Yes. When you go to the farm, we go to the countryside and you see this and say, come on.
I think our astronomy groups need to do this. Have the food ready. They're out there just imaging.
And I want
bring the food.
Maxi, do you need something from Saraco Company?
Hand delivered.
Okay.
Oh, we'll all go down there. I don't care if it's cold. For a picture like this that you're showing us now, I'll go down there.
This was taken from my friend Ariel, who came with me, taking pictures. This is only one shot with a Sony Alpha that he bought a couple of weeks ago. So he want to try it. And Marcos want to ask him if he can take pictures of the building and the core of the galaxy behind or something to do publicity. And this is a capture that he sent to us because he was editing, but he didn't update right now. But this was, I think, 30 seconds in ISO 12,000, almost right there.
800.
It's
Yeah, 12,800.
12,
Yes.
yes, 12,200, yes, or 600, I know. Yeah.
You can see the fog in the farm because this was almost 5 a.m.
Nice.
So
Beautiful picture.
the night only was above us, and the horizons, you can see anything, nothing, only the fog. So
it's a beautiful shot.
Here's me. I'm taking pictures. I wanted to try to take pictures of the sunrise with my cell phone because the shutter button got wet and I couldn't take any more pictures. So I have an infrared application in my phone to do it in the camera. And here's Ariel. Looks like some military man, but it was in here maybe 1 degrees Celsius. It's very, very cold.
That's pretty cold.
You can see the sunrise at the northeast.
Very nice.
The fog was very infirm.
Yeah, very serene.
Here's a little guy who was the company in all the night. He wants to food. He was very freeze poorly, but we gave him bread, food, and some ¿cómo se dice? Cariño. We play with him because he was lonely, a lonely dog, and the telescope obviously was very wet. I never had the very wet the telescope, but so I put it on the sun to dry it. This is a selfie. You can see the horses, and I remember in the middle of the night with the fog, I used my camera, my flashlight with red light, and when I was beside the telescope, the horse was here. You can see the cable that prevents to come with me, but I saw 2 eyes red, very very creepy.
Bloodshot.
They wanted to know what you were
Yeah.
doing.
Yes.
Yeah.
But you look very happy.
They wanted to take a look through the eyepiece.
Wow, this picture, Maxi. Come on.
Well,
yeah, that's incredible.
Do you use the 3 filters?
What?
In this picture? Do you use, usaste los 3 filtros? Do you use
No.
filter? No.
This was
looks
only
like this. Yeah.
With DSLR camera, only taking pictures of 5 minutes at ISO 800 and almost 4 hours. I did more time, but the fog and the mirror was to start to put wet, so I use a hair dry to dry the telescope. So I start to take pictures again. Like I said, in the telescope I did all night. I started maybe 9 p.m. and stopped almost 6 a.m. of the morning, doing the same object all the night. Well, you can see some the clouds looks like dragons fighting, like I said, and some people in other groups upload pictures in narrow band and obviously with better cameras, dedicated cameras, and also I can believe the stars that in the area and
It's
the
incredible.
reflection nebula is amazing. You can see how is it illuminate the behind, and here, no, it was totally amazing. So basically, this is my presentation. What I did this last weekend.
Great.
I hope the project of the observatory continues to for the region and for everyone. Only also for the education, for the schools, but it's an invitation also to the astrophotographers, professionals and amateurs to that to have a clear sky and some dark sky, maybe in Bortley 4 or 3. I hear this is a single picture that I took with my cell phone. This is Jupiter, and you can see the city of Chivilcoy at the northeast, but here in the above our heads was very dark, and then the west was amazing. So well, this is my little presentation. I hope that you liked it, and let's see what happens in the next month.
Okay. Okay, that's great, man.
Do you like this photo, right?
Yeah, of course. Of course.
Yeah.
Well, I did. I don't know if I comment a couple of days ago, but I did a comparison with the planet Earth of the flares, of the size of the flares, and calculate the size, taking the diameter of the sun, doing with Photoshop, and I did it with my Instagram. I put it. I think it was 5 Earth, one besides another. Let me see. Instagram. Okay. Well, the capture of the Dragons of Era, you are the first that you see because I didn't upload it yet.
Oh, there it goes. I saw.
There you go.
There it is.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Earth, and that was very incredible. Okay, so
Beautiful, beautiful. Maxi, thank you so much.
No, thank you to all of you.
Excellent.
I hope that, like I say, you liked it, and I am very grateful to be here to share to everyone, and everyone who wants to talk with me. I have no problem to, if you want to ask me something. I want to say I'm an astrophotographer, but amateur. I'm learning in my process. I have learned a lot to learn, but what I give, what I have, I can give to another ones.
That's wonderful.
The knowledge, it's free. I think it's free. That's it.
That's wonderful. Maxi, it's valuable though. It's not worthless. That's for sure. So thank you so much. Thank you so much, Maxi.
To all of you.
And look forward to having you on the next Global Star Party. Okay, up next is Jerry Hubbell. Jerry is he's been on many programs with me. It is he and I that kind of devised the nuts and bolts of the Global Star Party, and so I'm grateful.
Congratulations, Scott, on 50.
Well, yeah, I mean, to you too. So, you know.
Yeah,
well,
but we got 156.
I have to congratulate the audience, all the participants and everything. The guys who invented the internet, you know, the Zoom guys, okay, them.
That was Al Gore.
You know, all the
Al
other
Gore.
stuff, the guys that made this microphone here, the dudes that invented the wheel, all of them.
Right.
Okay.
You say, Jerry, Al Gore invented the internet.
That's right, he did.
Yeah.
We'd like to thank Al Gore.
And electricity. Whoever did that.
Electricity.
Okay.
That was
Really big
George
one. Thank you very
Westinghouse.
much.
That was Thomas Edison. No, that was. So I appreciate it very much, and we did we've got up to 156 of our Open Go-To programs today. I think 156 of those programs. So it's been a lot. There's a lot of content that Scott has produced that's on our channel, and hundreds of hours of content. It'd be nice if we need to solicit the help of all of our fans to go through the videos and do an index for us, because that's one thing we dropped the ball on a little bit, is being able to index the videos and what topics we talk about.
Well, we were learning how to do it, and we were producing so much of it so early on that we just had to. We were running as fast as we were pedaling as fast as we could.
Yeah, that was in the deep dark area of the COVID times.
Yes, it was. It was.
We had to make up for that. So anyway, I want to get started. I'm going to be talking about some fiber-fed spectrometer that I built back in 2012, 13, something like that. But I want to share a picture real quick for everybody. This is at minus 10 degrees Celsius in January.
That's cold.
I spent 4 years doing this before I decided I wanted to go remote, and I was relentless. I know I set my system up over 200 times, set it up and took it down every night, during the night, every night, and I was running sessions of 6 to 8 hours.
It's opposite to me tonight.
Yes, right. So this is what I was doing to learn everything there was to know about all this equipment and to write my first book. So that's what I was doing to do that. But I want to share this other project that I did early on. Let me see if I can find it here and share my screen. Can you see that okay?
It's coming up. Here we go.
So does it look good?
Yes.
So
we can see it.
It was a red squiggly line on there, though. I maybe fix that.
A red squiggly line. So this is a project.
The graph.
Yeah, the graph. That's a raw spectra. So I developed some software for this project, and also this was an off-the-shelf spectrometer taken out of a chemical analysis machine for professionals that professionals use in the pharmaceutical industry. And this company packaged it, and I found it was $200 for this fiber-fed spectrometer. And you can see overall here, I'll go through how I put this thing together. But it's a fiber that goes into a special kind of mirror that the camera looks at, and the spectrum goes down into the camera. And actually, the light comes out of the telescope and goes into the spectrometer and also into the camera. So I'm going to skip over some of this stuff. This is a pretty long presentation, but I'm going to make it short because I know it's a long night. So this is the new instrument. This is what it looks like inside. This is what I found online. This is the internal optical bench for the fiber fed spectrometer. So the fiber optic, you feed the light in to the fiber optic from the telescope, and it comes into the spectrometer and bounces around a couple of mirrors and then goes into the grating right here, and then bounces into the focusing mirror and into the linear CCD chip. So this is a chip that's 1,000, I think it's either 1,000 pixels by 1 pixel wide. It's called a linear CCD. And so all it's looking at is a linear.
Does it move? I mean, does it move across?
No. So what happens is the light comes in through the fiber. There's a slit. Yeah. And then as it hits the grating, it gets spread out linearly. So it gets spread out here, and it goes and it spreads out across this whole length of the CCD. The light does, and it looks like this is what it looks like. So there's the detector. So the red the red light goes to one end and the blue light goes to the other end. So that's how it works, and it's called I don't know how you pronounce that. Zerny-Turner design is this configuration. And I get into some details on the fiber optic focal ratio and all this stuff, but we don't need to do that. I want to get to this. So this is one thing that I use. It's called a cold flip mirror. Right. So what a cold mirror does, it transmits infrared light and reflects visible light at the same time. It's kind of like a what you call it? I don't remember. It's a mirror system that does the same thing except with visible light. A beam splitter. It's kind of like a beam splitter mirror, but it actually splits it into two different wavelength ranges. Okay. So basically what we're analyzing with the spectrometer is the visible light from about 4,000 to 7,000 angstroms. And then above 7,000, it lets that pass through. And then my CCD camera, since it's sensitive to infrared light, I could use that to guide on the target star and make that work. So a cold mirror is pretty cool. You can see, here's another picture of what it does. It basically transmits the lower wavelengths and then blocks the higher wavelengths in one direction, and then it allows the other ones, it reflects it, and then the other one, it allows it to transmit the infrared light through right there. And so I get into some details on the fiber optic information and how the light gets propagated into the fiber optic system. You have to adjust the focal ratio down to make it to match the fiber optic. So this is what it looks like when you're focusing. All right. So the way that the grating, or the beam splitter, or the transmission cold mirror distorts the light to where when you're in and out of focus, you either have it, the light goes vertical like this, or it goes horizontal. If you're in focus, I think it goes vertical. And then when you're out of focus, when you're outside the focus, it goes horizontal. So what you try to do is you try to balance it, and that's when you know it's focused for the cold mirror and the fiber optic. And then you can auto guide on this object here, and this is a picture that's on the from the infrared. So this is all infrared light right here. The other thing is so you can auto guide on the object depending on how narrow your fiber optic and your slit is. So one of the things I did is I wrote a program that acquired the data off that spectrometer. It was just serial port communications to download the data, and you would initiate an image, taking the image, and then it would download the data, and then I would process it into this spectra. And then, so that's the raw data. And then I also created an image from that data. Oh, this is how I calibrated it with an LCD panel, because an LCD panel puts out these discrete red, green, and blue peaks to make white light, believe it or not. So if you look at your iPad or any kind of tablet, the light coming from the from that is discrete in wavelengths. And so this is the image I would create from that spectra. And each line of pixels is one image off that linear CCD, and then I would stack them up in this direction. So the x-axis is wavelength, and the y-axis is time. Okay, so theoretically, you could even take an image over time and see how the wavelengths, how the light changes over time in the y direction. So what I would do is I would use that image and process it with RSpec, and to to get to the end, the results are really good. So I took a picture of Jupiter, and you can see it's shifted to the red end. The light is. Here's a picture of Aldebaran, which is also a red star. So you can see a lot of the, you can see a lot of the light is shifted that way. But you got the calibration. The sensitivity of the CCD is shaped like that also. So you have to normalize it. You have to normalize the light. Let's see if I got a picture of that for the calibration. So this is the calibration curve. This is how the CCD is sensitive to in the wavelength. So you have to correct it for that also, not just calibrate it for wavelength. And I did that for Aldebaran, and this is the results for Aldebaran, which I was really pleased with. So the blue line is the reference catalog spectra for Aldebaran, and the red is my actual measurement. So you can see how sharp my measurement is for these peaks. It matches the reference spectra very nicely. So I was really happy with the resolution of the spectrometer and how it performed. And that, now this is a very bright star. It's not good for the very dim, because when you measure the spectra, it cuts the light. I mean, it spreads the light out in wavelength very large amounts. So you really have to take very long exposures, or have a really bright star to measure. It's a good. I know with the grading
overlay, it's great.
Yeah, so the grading spectrometer, which we have on the MSRO, is like 5 magnitudes dimmer than just a normal star image. Okay, so you have to basically expose it 100 times longer to get the similar noise signal to noise ratio on a given star than what you would do with a normal CCD. So I would stack these images like I showed you, and then it would combine them into the spectra like this. And I used RSpec to analyze these images. So this is what it cost me to build this thing. This is back in 2012. And this is the name of the company, Science Surplus, that sells this spectrometer. I'm not even sure they sell them anymore. I'd like to get another one. I had an Orion flip mirror that I modified and put the cold mirror into it, and then I had the cable adapter for the fiber optic to go into the flip mirror, and then I had my ATIC 314 camera at the time to use. That was $1,300 back then. Of course, you can get cameras cheaper today. And I spent 250 to 300 hours designing and building this thing, but that was the first really time I got heavy into spectroscopy, and it was a neat. I saw this thing and I said, I'm gonna build this thing, and you can see here at the beginning, this is what it looks like mounted on the telescope, and this is my trusty Explorer Scientific 127 scope that I had it on. So that's about what I've got to share tonight.
Excellent. Yeah, there's not a lot of people who have built their own spectrograph system, but you're the kind of guy who who goes in kind of head first and
I kind of dive in, right?
Yeah.
I'd like to do that.
So it's great. It's great. And it's the way, the way that you tackle problems and solve those problems have, given me a lot of insight as to the mind of an engineer. I've worked with engineers for a long time, but Jerry's excellent, and he is someone that really. Almost, I've never seen him say something could not be done. So, and we challenge him with a lot.
I put myself in some corners sometime, but I usually work my way out of them.
So far, so good.
Yeah, so far so good, and it just takes some time to learn how to get out of the corner.
Yep. Okay. Well, Jerry, thank you. Let's see. So up next is I think it's Chuck Allen is up next here for, Chuck has given us some fantastic presentations. We've always enjoyed having him on. Chuck, are you there?
I am.
Great.
Okay. Scott, first of all, I'm not going to be talking about furthest things we can see this time since we're running over. I would like to talk just for a couple of minutes only about some things that maybe Carroll did not cover about Alcon Virtual this year, because I think it's important that people know this. So let me share screen here. And okay, this is our website. It's at alconvirtual.org, www.alconvirtual.org. On here you can find all of our speakers, and the tab for sponsors has been changed to door prizes, so you know where to go to look for those because they are spectacular. If you forget what the website is, just go to the Astronomical League website. There's a big banner here and you can click on this and get right to the website. We have major speakers lined up. Dr. Jocelyn Bell Burnell, as Carroll mentioned, the discoverer of pulsars, will be a headline speaker for us. Dr. J. Richard Gott of Princeton, who was the first proponent of the cosmic web structure of the universe, the sponge-like structure of the universe, will be speaking on that topic and about his book, The Cosmic Web. We have Dr. Caitlin Ahrens, Dr. David Levy. We have many others who will be joining us, and the speaker schedule will be listed on the website pretty soon. We're going to have all of our 2020 and 2021 League Awards, including Youth Awards, and I'll mention those in a moment, but also a presentation of SLU remote telescope usage, which many people will find interesting, a VLA virtual tour, our library telescope program drawings. We give away 11 library telescopes each year. We have now over $6,500 in door prizes, and that's just so far. The deadline's not till the end of July on this, so heaven knows we may have to add Plinko to this thing by the time we're done. We're going to have, thanks to Scott's hosting all of this convention, which is 3 days long, 3 p.m. and 8 p.m. Eastern time sessions each day. And Scott will be hosting it on his platform, and thanks to Scott for all he does for us. But this especially is going to be a major task for everyone.
My honor, my pleasure. So.
Thank you. So there will be an international star party. We will have all of our youth awards from last year and this year presented, all of our league awards for Webmaster, for the Astronomical League Award, GR Wright Award, and so forth. I also should mention that our long delayed actual convention in Albuquerque is on for next year. At the Embassy Suites Hotel on July 27th through 30th of next year. And there will be a tour of the VLA, in fact, at that particular meeting, and obviously some wonderful observing opportunities. We have conventions being planned well out in the future now. We're going to go to Baton Rouge in 2023. We hope to have Rascal 24, a joint convention with the Royal Astronomical Society of Canada.
Oh, that's cool.
We don't know where yet. We haven't decided. We're having a meeting about that this week, and we'll be talking about that plan. We're also going to be back at Bryce Canyon in 2025. We had a wonderful meeting there in 2012, as you may recall. And so great opportunity for observing under really dark skies there. And Scott, congratulations on 50 global star parties. I don't know how you do it. You're sort of like a duck. You look calm on the surface, but you must be paddling like crazy under the water. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. You guys make it easy. That's what happens here. So it's awesome. I get really excited thinking about, what the next global star party can be like and what I'm going to learn and what we're going to share. And so I think it's fantastic, so anyone who could sit down and see the lineup of speakers that have contributed to Global Star Party. You'd be real tough to go to any star party and see this number of speakers show up.
Can I add something I forgot to mention? That's very important. This is open to everyone. You do not have to be a league member, and registration is absolutely free. All we need is an email address, so we know where to contact you for door prizes if you win one.
Wow. Okay. So you don't have to be a league member to enter.
You do not have to be a league member. You do not have to pay a registration fee.
You guys got to watch this, so it's going to be good. Fantastic. Okay. Well, thank you, Chuck. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so up next is Don Davies from the Austin Astronomical Society. I've had the pleasure of knowing Don for, I think what's going on maybe 8 years, maybe 10 years. Could be longer than that, but Dawn loves the night sky. She is the night sky program coordinator for is it the Hill Country?
Alliance.
Okay. All right. Well, they couldn't pick a better one to plan this. Dawn has, she gets, whole groups of people really excited about observing the night sky. She makes it fun, but she's brilliant and someone that's very committed to educational outreach and astronomy. So Dawn, thanks very much for coming on. I've been trying to get you on Global Star Party for a while, and I'm glad that you picked this one to be on it. So
I am too. Thank you for having me back. It's hopefully be a lot easier when I don't have a child virtual schooling from home.
Right.
Right. But this is definitely a treat, especially to be on here with so many phenomenal astronomers, professionals, and so forth. So what I want to share with you all tonight is a project that's been a couple of years in the making for the Austin Astronomical Society, which is been the development of a new observatory for us. So I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. Let's see if we can get this started. All right. Is that visible, Scott?
it is.
Oh, great. Okay. So tucked into a rather lush terrain in the Texas Hill Country, about 30 minutes north, or I'm sorry, 30 minutes west of the urban sprawl of Austin, is something we are now affectionately calling the Falling Star Observatory at Pedernales Falls State Park. Pedernales Falls State Park opened in 1971, and it's a 5,200 plus acre state park east of Johnson City in the county of Blanco, and it's along this beautiful serpentine river that is the Pedernales Falls. You may also hear people refer to it as Pedernales. It can be referred to as both. It's a phenomenal location. You have water cascading down 300 million year old limestone into these just gorgeous swaths of pecan, of elm, sycamore and walnut trees. The terrain attracts campers, hikers, backpackers, swimmers, mountain bikers, birders, and most of all, stargazers. It boasts about a 4.5 Bortle scale. And it's really become a hotspot for astronomers to come out and take in the many splendors of the night sky. So about 4 miles from the main gate, tucked in behind this rather unassuming barn, is what they call their Star Theater. This opened to the public in 2013. It's a 100-foot diameter limestone ring, and it boasts an amphitheater. It seats about 100 people. You have these limestone towers at each cardinal direction, and that's a 20-foot obelisk there in the center with a pole finder, find the pole star. So the Austin Astronomical Society began partnering with the park in 2018, hosting monthly star parties in this very unique of henges. And shortly thereafter, we began negotiations to build a rollout observatory to better serve the needs of the public, the park guests, and of local astronomers. So it's an aerial view. So you can see the henge situated there, and our little observatory is right here behind this barn.
I didn't know that we had a henge.
We do have, actually, believe it or not, Texas has several henges. Most of them are replicas of Stonehenge. So this is a slightly more species.
It's awesome.
So in April of last year, this got dropped, and we are building a rollout observatory out of a bare bones 40-foot shipping container. And when I say bare bones, they provided a cutout for us in the wall for our air conditioning, a roll-up door, and we've been doing the rest. Myself and two of my other associates, Brian Lippincott and Greg Rohde, we've been spending just about every single weekend since the beginning of April. I started in August, they started in April, building this out from scratch. So putting in the framing, putting in the insulation, doing all of the electrical. It does have the ability to run off of a generator as well as an inverter setup. We have white and red lighting. It is insulated. It is paneled in both hardwood and some very nice paneling decor. So I mentioned that whole cutout there. We do have air conditioning, which is imperative right now as we've just started hitting triple digits. So this is our new best friend. So the space is divided up into the main section, which is 30 by 8 feet, and then this back section here, which is 10 by 8 feet. And this will actually store the club's two telescopes. So we have a 24-inch and a 25-inch Dobsonian. We'll be soon, I believe, collecting also a 20-inch. And then, of course, some smaller ancillary 8 and 10-inch scopes and so forth for folks to utilize during our public star parties and members-only star parties. We've also done our best to use recycled materials when possible, as you can see here. This is our white lighting we have that runs up along the ceiling. If you can at all avoid doing your own paneling and insulation above you, I highly suggest hiring someone. It is not a delightful job, I'll tell you. We wore a lot of particulate on our hair and clothes while we did this. And you can see this is usually what our facility looked like as we were building it out. You can see in this right image here, that back counter space that houses all of our electrical in that cabinet. And we have an inverter readout and a control for our light switches. And we've put a bit of a unique bent on the design. A lot of what you'll see through here is some pewter, some chrome, some brass design, a little bit of a steampunk bent with a few fun Easter eggs, care of the geeky designers that we are. So we've installed all of the ventilation for the AC, so it takes it throughout the whole section. And you'll see here, this is our main conduit, and then we have vents that run the whole length of the north side. And eventually we will actually be building in solar powered fans as well to help cool the unit, because it is, of course, a giant metal box in Central Texas.
Yeah.
And we have affectionately named it Falling Star, just because it is at the Pedernales Falls State Park, so it seemed rather apropos. We've also, behind that ducting, have installed red LED lights. So they're hidden during the daytime, and at nighttime, these are bit peculiar angles, but if you're present in the structure, the light is very diffuse. So you're able to utilize the different functions we have in there. We'll have a computer, flat screen TV, and so forth, but it does allow us to operate fully in the dark without having any sort of white light obtrusion. We also have these fun nautical outside lights that also light up red. And we've, within the last month and a half, have started putting in masonry work and stone to make this fully ADA compatible. So on this left-hand side, you see a small gradual step set. And then on the right-hand side, we're in the process of finishing out an ADA compliant gravel ramp. So that will be all compressed in there. And then off of that back side at the end of the ramp will be the pathway that is going to get laid out that will lead from the storage unit itself, from the shipping container observatory, out to the henge. And this has been mostly done by our member Greg Rohde and his daughter. It's been amazing watching this thing come into shape from the gravel piles that were there previously. Here's sort of a north and south view.
Wonderful.
And eventually this will, once the humidity drops down a bit, will be painted to match the color scheme that is the patina on this barn that we are behind. So it blends into the scene a bit. We've installed some very efficient and most common in workspaces, this pegboard, and also on the back doors and the roll door, we've also installed reflectics, which will also help abate some of the heat we get in there to keep that reflecting out. Here's a view from our main doors. This is probably the cleanest it's ever been since we began. You can see we've got a desk set up over here, which is where our computer will be. And that little black rectangle there is our flat screen, which got mounted pretty much right above where it is now. And we'll have 2 built-in bookshelves that will flank and that will hold the club's library. Now, I did mention there's some geeky aspects. This is the artwork of what we've affectionately referred to as the end doors.
End doors.
And of course, our homage to anybody?
Jurassic Park.
Curse your sudden but inevitable betrayal. One of the opening scenes of Firefly.
Ah.
Like I said, there's been some geeks involved in this.
Well, I have my mate of Darth Vader.
What's that? So we also have some display cabinetry that's going up. This is the inside of our electrical cabinet. And here is another little friend of ours, Groot. He is the keeper of the root switch that controls all of our electricity. So before you leave, you must pull the Groot.
That's great.
And I'll give you guys we've got a little video walkthrough here of it. This is about 9:30 at night, so after sunset. And this is with all of our exterior and interior red lighting on. And actually, it's running our generator. So let me see if I can turn that down a little bit. The generator is rather loud. And then we've got the start of some red light, solar lighting that's going to line the entire ramp there and the staircase as well. And it's a very clean transition from this ramp straight into the observatory itself. So we can facilitate people in walkers, with canes, with wheelchairs, or any other aided equipment.
Wonderful.
In our
comfortable.
What's that?
I said how comfortable this will be.
Yes. Well, we want to make it as comfortable and as accessible as possible. That's been a very large component of what the three of us have been trying to design, is something that is very functional, very practical, again, very stylish, but also that allows anyone to come out and visit regardless. We'll also most likely be installing in the future some adaptive astronomy equipment, so folks can be using it remotely. And this is actually only one of 3 observatories in state parks in Texas, 2 of which are actually in partnership with universities.
Oh, wow.
So this is actually the only observatory in a state park that's been completely privately funded. So we're pretty proud of it.
Congratulations.
Yeah. It's we had to go this route with a shipping container because of the phenomenal amount of red tape that it would take to put in a permanent structure. I would imagine we would be looking at about 5 to 10 years in working with Texas Parks and Wildlife to get something permanently installed. So this was a great compromise that allowed us the feasibility of a structure to store what we needed to provide what we need to the public and to the state park, but also that was, fairly reasonable budget-wise as compared to something that would have required a cement pad and potential plumbing and wiring. So it's very self-sufficient in many ways, and it looks
and
out
almost indestructible. So
yes. definitely watertight. It's actually a shipping container that when it came to us, it was one of those that had only been used once for, I think crossed the Atlantic once, but it's fully watertight, wind tight. Like I said, gets down pretty cold. We can get it within about, I'd say 75, 78 degrees, which is pleasant compared to triple digits.
Yeah.
But yeah, this is like I said, it's been about 2 years in the making of getting an MOU signed between the two groups. And a little over a year, we expect to be finished with construction within the next 3 weeks, weather and Mother Nature permitting. And with the intention of going live with our first in-person public star party, both out here and also since COVID in over a year and a half. So that'll be next month, July 17th.
Congratulations. And where can people find out more about this?
They can go to our website, which is austinastro.org.
We'll put that in the chat. Wonderful. Wonderful.
Thank you.
Dawn, thank you so much. That's great. I hope to get out there sometime and check it out myself.
Oh, I hope you will.
I think I will. Well, next up is we're going all the way to Nepal, where we will once again bring on Deepti Gautam, but she is bringing on a friend as well. So I'll let her introduce him. But Deepti, how have you been? And what will you be sharing with us tonight?
Hello, everyone, and hello, Scott. And first of all, congrats for the 50th Global Star Party. And it's been great. And today I'm planning to let's talk about the moon, our natural satellite moon. So, as we know, the moon is Earth's only one natural satellite, and the alternative name for is Luna, Selena. And the moon's orbit around Earth has a sidereal periods of 27.3 days. During each synodic period of 29.5 days, the amount of visible surface illuminated by the sun and varies from none up to 100%, resulting in lunar phase. That from the basis of the month of lunar calendars. And the moon is tidally locked to Earth, which means the length of full rotation of the moon on its own axis causes its same side, that is near side, and to always face Earth in this somewhat longer lunar day is the same as the synodic period. And that said, 59% of the total lunar surface can be seen from Earth through the shift in perspective due to libration. In isotope dating of lunar samples suggests the moon formed around 50 million years after the origin of the solar system. And historically, several formations mechanisms have been proposed, but not satisfactory, but explain the feature of the Earth-Moon systems. And a fusion of the moon from the Earth crust through centrifugal force would require to create an initial rotation rate of the Earth, and the gravitational capture of the preformed moon depend on an unfeasible extended atmosphere to the Earth to dissipate the energy of the passing moon. And the moon is differentiated body that was initially in hydrostatic equilibrium, but it has since departed from this condition, and it has geochemically distinct crust and metals and core. And the moon has a solid iron-rich inner core with a radius possibly as small as 240 kilometers, that is 150 millimeters, and a fluid outer core primarily made of iron rods with a radius of roughly 300 kilometers. And here's one question: the rise and fall of the tides on Earth is caused by the moon. There was two blockages in the Earth due to the gravitational pulls that the moon exerts on one of the side, the fascinating the moon, and other on the opposite side that face away from the moon. And the bulges move around the ocean as the Earth rotates, causing high and low tides around the globe. And the moon has no atmosphere. This means that the surface of the moon is unprotected from cosmic ray, meteoroids, and solar winds, and has huge temperature variation. And the lack of atmosphere means no sound can be heard on the moon, and the sky always appear black. and the moon is fifth largest natural satellite in the solar systems. At 3,475 kilometers in diameter, the moon is much smaller than the major moons of Jupiter and Saturn, and Earth is about 80 times the volume that the moon, but both are about the same age, and a prevailing theory is that the moon has one part of the Earth and was formed from a chunk that broke away due huge object collision of the moons. And today I have one poem for our global star party. Poem be like, mysterious falls with telescopes. We gather in groups with gear to spare. Telescope aiming so high, passion are great. As they share the view of star moving across the sky, hosting of Scott poetry of David motivates me. Let's be knowledge seekers. Presentation of different astronomers all around the world with talks as a gift. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deepti. Thank you. Deepti, you have a friend on Ansaraj. Am I pronouncing his name correctly?
Yes, Ansaraj Sedai.
Yeah. Why don't you introduce him and tell us a little bit about him, and then he can share what he has to share.
Okay, he is one of the founding member, my friend, founding member of our club, that is Astronomy enthusiast in Nepal, and he has been he has got an honorable mention from the Astro Olympiad, and he has a kind of interest in astronomy, and now this thesis is.
Wonderful, great.
Yeah,
Okay.
You can begin.
Yes.
Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yeah. Just give me a second. I will have to switch to my. Okay. So the electricity can be cut off here anytime, so I had to switch to my backup internet connection. So first of all, thank you very much for having me here. It's such a pleasure to share this virtual platform with such esteemed personalities from all around the world who share the common interest as me in astronomy, astrophysics, and space science. And so I'm Mansuraj Sedai. I'm 18 years old. I'm a high school graduate, and I'm currently in a gap year. And I'm hoping to apply to US universities for the fall of 2022. So as Deepti said, I'm one of the founding members of Astronomy Enthusiasts in Nepal. I'm the General Secretary of AEN, and we founded this organization in September 2020. So let me just share my screen. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, can you see it?
Yes.
Okay. So in Nepal, the astronomy related, there are few astronomy related organizations in Nepal, but oftentimes their opportunities are often centralized to the major cities only. And being from a marginalized community, or let's say a remote area in Nepal, I, along with Deepti and some other friends who are also from outside the major cities of Nepal, decided to dedicate our time in creating and flourishing opportunities in astronomy in other part of Nepal as well. So in September 2020, with 9 founding and executive members, we founded Astronomy Enthusiasts in Nepal, AEN, in order to flourish astronomy in different parts of the region, urban areas, suburban areas, and remote areas as well. So since then, since we founded our organization in the words of lockdown, So we had to conduct events virtually at that time. So we had some guests from national level as well as the international level, like David Eicher, who is also part of GSP, and I have heard a lot about him from Deepti as well. Likewise, Professor Chris Impe from University of Arizona, and we have been conducting quiz competitions in Nepal as well. And the participation in these activities, the number of participants from all over the Nepal made us realize that there are more astronomy enthusiasts in Nepal than we expected to be. That more of them share common interests as we do. So it was really great to have a platform for them to nurture their knowledge on astronomy and flourish in the presence of more opportunities as well. So when the lockdown was removed for about 2 or 3 months, and the weather coordinated, and when the weather first of all, we started with some of the schools in our hometown in the eastern Nepal, with 2 schools which had equal to non-exposure in astronomy opportunities as in the major cities of the country. So we conducted astronomy outreach, enlightening them on different topics on astronomy and possible opportunities to take part in Nepal. And likewise, we have with our own personal telescopes we had in that time, we were able to do some solar observation with the filter on and some terrestrial observation as well. And the thing I take from that outreach and I miss the most right now is that the reaction the fellow kids and other little students gave when they saw the sun, or when they saw the sun via solar glasses, or just saw terrestrial while doing terrestrial observation. Their reaction was so mesmerizing that it was really heartwarming to see those expressions in their faces, and it was really great. And we conducted our outreach program in 2 schools in the eastern side of Nepal, and 1 in the remote village of Lomjung district in Nepal. Also, one of the famous village for tourism called Kholegaon in Lomjung. So there the kids came to see the moon. The weather was not cooperating at the time, but they were able to catch 1 or 2 glimpses of the moon from via telescope, and that wow reaction from them was really delightful. And that is what keeps us moving and doing what we do, and we love what we do. So it has been a great journey till now, and we hope to continue our expedition more in the future, since it is lockdown here in Nepal right now. So we are not able to do outreach activities now, but once the lockdown is removed, we will continue doing that in other parts of the country as well. So this is the virtual webinars and talk shows we have been conducting. So yeah, and like I said, the moon they were able to see in that village Lomjung was on the left side of the screen. You can see it was taken by our fellow founding member Akash Gurung. So it was taken from our DSLR camera, and in the right side it was taken from my smartphone. So the image is not as clear as on the left side. And likewise, we realized that the night sky was losing its value in a lot of sense, because the city lights and the unmanaged lighting system, let's say, and that has been ruining the true beauty of the night sky. And when personally I was in Kathmandu, the capital of the country, the light pollution was so high that I couldn't see even the Orion belt easily. So it was an issue there. It is still an issue, but the lockdown had dramatically decreased the pollution. But when it is on the borders of removing the lockdown, the situation becomes the same. So it is a major concern in Nepal, but as you know, Nepal is one of the best stargazing sites in the world, And National Geographic has also listed in the top 10 sites for astrophotography and stargazing as well, as you can see in the images as well.
Wow,
so
beautiful.
The credit goes to the photographers who have done a great job in Nepal. That is on the left side. It was taken in the Langtang National Park, which is considered as the best stargazing spot in Nepal. On the right side, you have in the Sagarmatha National Park. You can see the settlement in the settlement below as well. So it is just beautiful to watch. And right now, where I'm residing is the eastern Tarai of Nepal, in the Morang district. So here also, when there is electricity cut off, I can see pretty much the Milky Way arm very easily. So, but that opportunity is taken away from the city lights when the time I'm in Kathmandu or other major cities of the country. So that's the losing the value of the night sky has been a major issue. And we have been conducting some discussion sessions and awareness session in order to aware people about the importance of the night sky and what value it holds for us, in order to understand the true nature of the night sky itself, and to understand the cosmos. So on the May 16th, in the International Day of Light, we conducted discussion sessions with our members as well, to discuss different conditions in the different parts of the country of how the night sky was. And it was really good. And we hope to do more activities that will help aware people in a local level as well as in the national level as well. So we have been awareing people about different activities and programs like Ortha, turning all the lights for 1 hour. So likewise, it can it can help in preserving the night sky even by a little bit. So it has been a major issue, but we are working and we are trying hard in order to preserve the night sky, as it is stargazing is one of the best thing I like to do in my free time. And in the night time, whenever there are no clouds and clear weather, I just lie down on my roof and watch the night sky by myself, and it's really fun. And it will be great to have that privilege to other kids around the nation to appreciate the night sky and to value the night sky, if we are able to preserve the grandeur of the night sky. And these are the references I use for my presentation. So once again, thank you very much for having me. It really feels great to share this virtual platform with all these awesome people here. I loved hearing presentation from each and every one of you, and I really hope that it will continue on. And congratulations on the 50th Global Star Party. It is really great. I have heard a lot about GSP from Deepti herself, and I have been following GSP's the Explore Scientific USA Facebook page as well, and I will be keeping up with the updates from the page as well. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And Suraj, I'm really encouraged that you guys are doing all that you can to fight light pollution. You know, us astronomers, of course, we want dark skies so that we can naturally observe the Milky Way and the beauty and grandeur of the night sky, as you put it. All of us feel that, but it is all of nature that requires a dark sky, and cities and all their lights and stuff confuse birds and their migratory paths. They confuse insects. It's really, we as a species, we have to learn how to use our technology a lot better, and of course we need light to conduct our business at night, but we don't need to use it the way that we have been using it. So need to get it focused on the ground, get full cut off. We don't need to blast the whole night sky with light, so, but I'm glad you guys know that. And, it is the young people that will make the future decisions about what we do with lighting and then develop new technology for us that will be more friendly, so to speak. But Ansaraj, you're also welcome to be on Global Star Party anytime you'd like. Okay, so thank you very much. Thanks for contributing. Up next is Rodrigo Zeleda. Rodrigo, are you there?
It's good. How are you?
I'm fine. I'm fine. So you wrote to me a while back when I was running around like a chicken with my head cut off. You wrote to me that you are studying and will become a professional astronomer. Is that right?
Yes, I studied for a diploma of astronomy in Chile.
Wonderful.
And now I finished my work for the I'm working for data of the professional telescope in the Cerro the BBX telescope. It's a survey telescope.
Wow.
In the north of the Chile.
Yeah, wonderful. Wonderful.
Yes, it's a little study. It's not for professional astronomer, but it's the next step is a professional astronomer.
Yes. Wonderful. That's great. That's great.
Last month I study and work in my thesis, and it's very interesting.
Beautiful. Well, you'll have to give us a tour of the observatory by the internet, I guess, at one point, if that's possible. That would be great.
Yes, and when I want to show you my last picture for the astrophotography for La Serena.
Yes.
This photography is I take in April. It's 2 months ago.
Wonderful. Rodrigo owns a telescope shop called North Optics, and so he serves all of Chile and maybe beyond. But he loves astrophotography. He's been on Global Star Parties many times, and wow. So what is this object, Rodrigo?
Okay, this subject is the nebula in the south in the constellation of Ara. Is the name is Dragonfly or Dragon of Sara. It's a group of nebula with strange formations, and in this part you see the nebula, planetary nebula. Is well, this picture is with 4 hours, but when with Mach time, this is the bubble from the star. The star is dead. This is the little white star, enana blanca.
The white dwarf.
From my backyard in La Serena with a dual narrow band filter for filter the light pollution, and this only take the gas of H alpha and oxygen free. This is my last picture, and in La Serena last 1 month is cloudy every day.
A whole month? Sounds like Arkansas. Yeah, I find that hard to believe, though. It was so, when I was there, it was so clear for most of the time and transparent. I know that La Serena is near the ocean. And when we went there for the eclipse in 2019, we did see some haze, but that was kind of like some offshore weather, but I know that you saw the eclipse from La Serena as well. So
yes, it's this near for the beach, and it's very cloudy this time. But when the clear sky is great skies in the city.
Yes, wonderful.
Well,
that's great. That's great. Thank you, Rodrigo. Thank you for hanging in there. I know it's very late for you. What time is it in Chile right now?
1:30 a.m.
1:30 a.m. Okay.
And when I finish my work for the university, I chat with you in the start party.
Okay, that's a deal. Thank you.
Okay, Scott. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, I think that we have not had any takers for the after party, but we could take a break and have some conversation if you like, Cesar. What do you think, Maxi?
Yes, I have no problem.
Okay, all right. Let's take a little 10-minute break.
Almost Argentinians are ready to talk about the life,
We like to talk.
Same
every
here.
time.
Absolutely.
Same here.
All right.
Yes.
Well, I tell you what,
Pekka
I'm going
too,
to
yes.
talk now.
Yes.
Okay, so we'll just do that.
Yes.
And I have to take a break, but I'll be right back. Okay.
Yes.
So
Yes. I have some pictures.
And, enjoy. Okay.
Yes. Okay.
Guys, about the eclipse. Let's see there. There is several ways to watch eclipse with your sunglasses, or I mean this eclipse glasses.
Eclipse glasses.
Eclipse glasses. Yes.
And with the telescope with the filters.
Yes.
Yes.
But I was watching an broadcast from Finland, an Astronomical Society in Finland, and they showed me a way that I never had seen before. Do you want to see?
I think maybe it's by projection.
No, yes, that's one way. About through binoculars or telescope on the white paper. Okay? It freezes. Cesar?
Yes,
Maxi was frozen.
Now, yes.
Okay,
it's so cold in Argentina.
Okay.
No.
Here I want to share a picture and tell about that. How you can watch solar eclipse. This is a box.
Yes.
A box of
projection box. Yes.
Yes, you have seen this before, Cesar?
Yes.
I have never seen that before.
Yeah.
It's the sun is behind you on your back. And this is a small round hole with a folie and a very small hole. And you look this way, in this, and sun is behind you. And it must be quite a thin folie. Like if you have in Brazil and India yogurt in these small cans, you can drop off this folie. Do you have that?
Yes.
It's a little bit food foliage.
The kids here. We are our family company, Saraco, where I work. We was sponsors of a group that is especially they make astronomy for kids and teenagers in Argentina, in the area of Bariloche. It's in the west, in the Cordillera de los Andes area. I went to the Eclipse with this group, and they made the boxes that you watch. That they of course that they had this time. I'm from the two last eclipses in Argentina. I import the solar film, and our company made the solar shades, the glasses.
Yes.
And actually, I have a big roll of I have a lot of glasses, and we are make more for the next eclipse, annular eclipse in Patagonia, the 24, 2024, and we donate to this group a lot of solar film to make filter for the telescope. They make the boxes, observation boxes. We had a lot of fun in the observation of this eclipse. A lot of wind too, but
that's the cheapest and fastest way if you don't have. You know, these ice glasses.
It's safe. It's very important that it's safe for the kids.
Yes,
because,
and you can just look in the box.
Scott,
we are talking about that. I saw the solar box, viewing box, for the first time in my life, and I was so impressive that you can make in the 5 minutes you can make a solar eclipse box. Box and just a little bit of folia and tape.
Right.
And this solar eclipse was the first. I saw the totally in Cyper in 1999, and I don't remember anything about that because that time it was on Cypern. You know, there was some alcohol in the picture and so on. So I don't remember so much.
You don't remember it so much.
Well, okay.
But this solar eclipse, I had opportunity to watch it with my glasses. For the first time, and when I looked it, I like in my mind I turn it in 3D on the side, and was there on place and viewing two bodies in space, and I was like hovering there, and see them and feel them, two bodies, and one sun is extremely far away, and the other one is near me, but I am hovering in space 3D beside when I watch it with my glasses, and the feeling I got, because I was stressed with my two telescope, 3 cameras, and to hold them in frame, and I decided that next coming eclipses will be only visual, because the feeling you have to have.
It's important to watch. I mean,
yes.
It is, because you're right. The feeling is indescribable and life-changing. It is.
It was, and I decided that this is my first sunglasses, and I wrote a date there, and I will fill it up. This is my bucket list now. That I want to try fill it up with dates and places.
Sure.
So I must say,
you will.
Eclipse is must see visual for sure. It is. You can't compare it when you try stress to get a picture.
It is difficult to if you are photographing it. There's the temptation to just be captivated by it and then to ignore your equipment. Okay, so this happens a lot. And then there's the flip side of this. The person is so concentrated on their photographic gear and
Yes.
trying to get these eclipse shots that they completely miss the
Yes.
experience of the eclipse. You
Yeah,
know?
and I decided that visual first, then take a quick one shots, and okay, there is a lot of pictures on the net.
Yeah.
Day after, but the experience to see it, watch it, and if you can turn around in your mind that you are 3D, you are beside them and watching, not from the planet Earth, but you are hovering there, and you get those bodies 3D, then you understand what is an eclipse.
Yes.
I remember when the last eclipse, seeing with naked eye, because of the shadow, of course, and see the corona brightening a lot, and the clouds passing by through, and seeing and taking pictures like I could, but I remembered. This is a crazy thing that I did, but I always want to see a flare with my eyes. So basically, I saw from the visor of the camera with very careful, and I saw the old shadow and the little flare of the sun, very distance like this, and whoa. No. This, and I can't see anymore because maybe it will be bright and maybe it can gets me blind. So I still taking pictures. The camera is my eye, so basically I try to enjoy the moment. And I remember when finally finish the shadow passing by, I remember to turn around and see a friend, Nico Arias, and we say together, we did it. And we start to cry and we hug because the travel, the planification, the exploration, the COVID, the family issues, was everything in those 2 minutes of eclipse, and it was very liberating. So I cried like 5 minutes, and the video that I recorded, you can hear me crying, but I don't care. That's the feeling that you feel when you see this, when you see the shadow of the moon passing by to you, and you feel very
an
tiny.
Experience that you have with all your senses, everything, your mind. You know, you're not just like observing it. You know,
no, yes,
you are part of it. You know, so
and there's no words, there's no explanations,
right.
This
no photos
eclipse,
that to describe it.
This eclipse made that I will watch the sun almost daily with my sun eclipse glasses, because the feeling that you see the sun by your own eyes, it's amazing.
Yes, of course.
So those are not just for eclipse from now on for me.
And also when sometimes I remember to do this, because I use glasses to see very far distance, because I I have issues, but I remember to put my glasses and above the sunglasses to see very good the sun. And I remember when I tried one time, I see little dots above the surface, and that was the manchas, the dark the dark spots. Yes. And I was seeing right there.
You can almost see the spot 2833 that it's right now. You can almost see it with naked eye. It's so large. It's I think it's triple Earth size.
I can imagine it when the sun comes again to grow the activity.
Yeah.
And I see pictures with too many dark spots, and I can believe what when happens to see that.
It's I think it's amazing to photograph in solar eclipse. There is not only if you have a very good mount, because I ruined my alignment because I have to lower it down, and I just pong. So I ruined my polar alignment, so it's not following anymore so good. But okay, I follow it with slewing manually. But there is not just like the following. Your exposure, also exposures, length of exposure, you have to check that every minute because the moon is coming and the sun is it's going to fainter. So you have to look the exposure also all the time.
Right.
So it's I let the photographing to others. I will join visually.
You're going to do the visual.
Yeah, I think that I have to make a mask for my face because I have this sun allergy now. So I can't be in UV radiation more than 2-3 minutes, and I'm burned already.
Wow.
Yeah.
So you do. Yeah, you need to take care.
Yeah, I have to put the 50 plus 100 UV cream, or I make a mask. Like those nurses has this plexiglass.
Sure.
I take one of those and make a folie and just.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yes.
Yes.
We have a couple of comments here. Let's see. One person commented about Book Davies says, "This is what I like. A guy in Finland talking to a guy in Argentina with Nepal watching. Awesome."
Yes. Book Davies, I am in Sweden. Book Davies, I'm in Sweden, but I am from Finland. I'm born in Finland.
He is a guy from Finland.
Yeah, I am from Finland. Yes, that's true. I'm really
That's
Finnish.
right. That's right.
And I am sorry that Finland lost to Canada in hockey VM. Canada came from nowhere.
Oh. Celtic Raven says, best advice I ever got was remove your spotting scope if not protected through when using your telescope. Bad idea is to light your head on fire. Yeah, and it will. Spotting scope will.
If you, I like to show maybe an indirect. The filter. Yeah, I have mine too.
Yeah,
it's the safest.
You want to show something?
Yeah, maybe safely in comillas and indirectly to see the sun and see a solar eclipse with a telescope without seeing through the telescope.
Okay.
I remember. Let me show the screen. Okay, so this was in my Twitter. You can see it was in 26 February in 2017. It was an eclipse. It was the first eclipse that I see indirectly because I didn't have a filter, and I'm using my little refractor because my brother remembered in what we learned in a congress called Pro Science in English, that in the chat of astronomy did this to see very safely the sun. So basically, I put my refractor telescope, this is a very, very common telescope. A box of a shoe, the top, to do a shadow and put a paper behind it, so you can project the solar eclipse. You can see, and I think this was a little dark spot, but I remember it was very. It was in summer. It was amazing. So
Scott,
yes,
I have a question for you,
Okay.
and maybe a proposal. Do you remember when old telescope has this iron pin and then white plate and a dark plate?
Yes.
You could have in your telescope.
It was
Those
for
are-
projecting. Yeah,
Yes,
it came off the focuser.
those are no longer exist. So why don't you make one with find a shoe holder and just a pin and one black and one white with the hole, the black one with the hole for projecting the shadow on the white
It would be
plate.
pretty simple to make.
Yeah, it's a like a four what do you say box on the black with the hole, and they just have a screw upside up there, and you can use the black one.
Yes.
From back and forth, and the white plate is on the behind. And with the clips, you can have a small paper, and you can draw by yourself spots and you know, with the pen.
Right.
And just in the finder shoe, you know, a mount, and you just very simple.
Sure. This is a website about from the American Astronomical Society, and there's a lot of things about eye safety and everything here. I'll share my screen so you can see some of these resources. Here we go. And we'll look at some of the various ways people do look at eclipses. Okay, so one is pinhole projection, and you can see here's a person making a pinhole with his fingers crisscrossed, and by doing so, you know, with making a small hole, you can actually start to see the shape of the partially covered sun.
It's the same with the tree leaves. If you take a
Tree leaves, that's right.
If you just put the white paper under a tree, you can see those.
That's right. I took a vegetable strainer. You know, it has just a bunch of little holes in this bowl, and you know, made a projection of 100
small
eclipse views. You know, and of course, during totality, if you have a real total eclipse of the sun, you don't use solar filters or anything. You just look at it. You know.
Yeah.
But it's you should be with an experienced group because you don't want to.
Every time I post in
do the
my
wrong
Facebook about the sun, I always warn people that not to look with your bare eyes, naked eyes, because when you look at the sun with naked eyes, in long term, the ER light will destroy your what do you say?
Your retina.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
right.
even if you are outside, you get the ER light in your eyes. And
right.
There is a discussions about Galileo Galilei. He became blind 7 years before he died.
Oh.
And there is a discussions if it was a disease. He was ill in his eyes, or it was a blindness because he was looking for the sun.
That's right. That's
Too
right.
much.
Yeah, and he used his telescope with of course, no special filter. He didn't know to use one. So,
Yeah.
Why not use his telescope to look at the sun, right?
No.
So
But,
he did get to see sunspots. I've read a little bit about that too, Pekka, and there's people on the fence that he had a disease that caused him to go blind, and that and the story about him going blind by looking through his telescope
it's
is
like
a myth, but. Did that strong light cause a problem later on in his life? That's got to be
that
the
was
argument.
the long-term dangers of looking without no protection.
Mhm.
You have to at least have Polaroid sunglasses. At least.
At least.
At least. In daytime when you're not looking straight on the sun. But I have never looked sun through telescope before, but the temptation was too high today. So yeah, so I had my 80 millimeters ED with an 15 millimeters ED ocular eyepiece, and I slowly became with my left eye first. If it's ruined, it's a left eye, okay?
Yeah.
And I watch it, and it is amazing with white
Right.
filter only. Oh my God! I saw the spot. I saw the how do you say, the middle of the spot is the black
Granular.
one. No, in the middle of the black is it's called
The
something.
core of the dark spot.
Scott, help me.
You're talking again?
The sunspot. The
Yes.
center of the sunspot is called something.
Well, we'll find out.
And the little bit lighter around it, it calls something. Sunspot.
Anatomy of a sunspot. Okay, so the dark part in the middle is the umbra.
And then
And then kind of the lighter ring around it is penumbra.
Penumbra, yes. And I could see both.
I see.
And only with white filter. And from now on, it's safe to look with the white filter. So that it's amazing. And this was today first time I dare to look through telescope.
I recommend that with obviously with a filter, see through the scope, but not for too much time.
No, because
maybe some seconds.
With
try
this
to see
one,
and
it's
yes,
at longest 3 minutes.
no, yes.
I have heard. I don't know,
usually
Scott. What do you say?
do 1 minute.
It's also something I've heard as well.
Wow.
I have not followed that rule myself, but when I am at an eclipse, of course I have eclipse glasses with me. All 3 times that I've seen total eclipses, I was working. The first
Me
time
too.
was for a documentary. In the United States, we have a science program called NOVA on public broadcasting, and so I was part of the NOVA film crew, and we were at Mauna Kea, and that was 3 days of preparation and very little sleep, and getting ready. It was a very nervous time.
Yes.
At 14,000 feet, so very little oxygen as well.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Second time was in Casper, Wyoming with the Exploratorium team. And I was there with backup equipment. Sometimes when you're at an eclipse expedition, you should always have more equipment than just your one telescope. If you can, you should have complete backups of everything, and it needs to be set up and it needs to be ready to go, because you never know. The eclipse comes, you get to totality, and your telescope quits for some reason,
Yeah.
I
prepared.
I've seen this many times, so.
Yeah, it's
prepared
the
it.
same for me. It's the same for me that when we are normally we are we are sponsored, we are working at this time.
Yeah.
I never seen an eclipse completely for me. It was yes, you know,
you're working, right? Yeah,
absolutely working a lot in the organization, the people, the groups that they yes. For example, if you have 2 or 3 different clubs and say, okay, we need this space for my club, astronomy club, and come on, it's very stressing, very stressing. Guys, if you like, I have ready the pictures.
Let's see them.
I can show you. Let me share the screen. And where is this? Let me see. This share. This is Eta Karina from tonight.
Oh, nice.
I was really I don't over process this. I make only a subtract of background. Really, I work a little. Let me see if I have. Well, from this, the first picture integrate to this. And this is of the Saturday, not for tonight, from last Saturday. You can see the Centaurus galaxy. Here is Trifid Nebula and M8 Nebula from the Saturday too. You can see the screen.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's really incredible. From the middle of the Buenos Aires.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's incredible.
Incredible.
with only a camera and zoom 300 millimeters. No more.
Jesus.
Omega. Yes, but this is for today, and this is not the. Let me see, because I have.
This is a great cluster to do also with a smartphone, with a few seconds to take a picture, because it's too bright, the stars, that you can see in only maybe 8 seconds.
Yes, absolutely. Let me open if I open another now I found it. Yes, because I have another picture.
You stop the sharing.
No. Yes, I know. Because it's much better to find the folder. Yes, no, the folder, because I lost the folder where I have, and here. Okay. Because I have a much better for Omega Centauri now. Okay, share screen again. Cyril. Here. I prefer this is Omega Centauri while we are talking in the star party now. Is the raw picture that I don't finish to process, because it's a Cyril. This is the program that I normally use in this computer or for most fast processing. It's a very strong Omega Centauri is really a strong, how do you say,
very bright.
Yes, it's like it's near to a small galaxy. this cluster is really bright in the south hemisphere.
And you can see in dark skies, you can see like a star, but very blur star. And when you use binoculars, you see that it's not a star; it's a lot of stars.
There's a lot of
Absolutely,
stars.
yes.
Also,
And
47 Tucanae is
yes.
a very big
Yes,
lower cluster.
but this cluster is bigger than Omega Centauri is much bigger than 47 Tucanae. Well, for me, I need to go to the bed because it's 3 a.m. here. Scott, always you the show.
Thank you very much.
Close,
Well, if it's 3 a.m. for you, it's got to be 3 a.m. for Maxi, and it's got to be breakfast time for Pekka.
Yeah, it's over already. It's 8 a.m.
Normally we take a breakfast with mate and very sweet
What's a
things.
mate?
Yes, this is a mate. This is very nice mate because this is from the province
tequila
of Entre Rio. No. It's yerba is only like a tea. It's a little stronger maybe. The problem is that I drink mate before go to sleep, and maybe I have some troubles to get this. But maybe because it's strong like coffee. It's the same.
I don't know if you
drinking mate as well.
I can't believe the Darth Vader mate of Maxi. I can't believe this is not. Come on, no. I'm showing something in Argentina.
Scott, let me share you a picture.
Okay.
Can you see it?
Yes.
That's it. What I mean. But
right.
I love the
into finder shoe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So you can have it in every telescope.
Right.
Exactly.
So you have to make only this bar and these and then something.
I had a telescope with these on it. I did.
In the 90s, we sold a lot of telescope with the same bar and the two.
They are not available anymore.
No.
So I will make my own.
There might be a reason for that, Pekka. So
yes, it is. So do that before I do. Because I will make
a liability problem.
I will make one of these. I will make.
But
I take the shoe and make a longer screws.
Yeah.
And steel pin.
Yes.
And then
you'll make your cards, right?
Yes, cards, and that's it. One pin like this and one pin like that, or because this is too high. So I maybe have to make these cards a little bit lower, or bigger. Some kind of. This is a very good start. I will make one of these.
Yeah.
So only I need is one extra finder holder because this is my only small one. I have large ones, but these two big hole to fill.
Right.
But
I had a friend who he had a fork mount, took the telescope out of the fork mount and just put an optical flat, a mirror.
Ooh.
And it was polar aligned. And so this was aimed at a refractor, which he used as a projector inside of a room. So you could see the sun huge inside of the room.
It's so fun. And then you can draw your sunspots.
Yes.
And follow.
Yeah.
You can have a map or something to put those every day.
Right.
Maybe. And give to your grandchildren as a memory or something. But it's this doingness to make your own fixes. That's the part of the astronomy.
Yes.
To find different solutions all the time. So I make my own solar filters because I have so many different sizes. I have this Orion 80 short tub, and this is made for that for Orion. And then I have an ED 72, but this is too big for that. So I made a ring of this soft.
Yeah.
I just put that in and then squeeze it in the ED 72.
Okay.
So it's spread about maybe $50. And those I will transfer for my Astronomy account.
Yeah.
And when it builds up, I will buy something else.
Okay.
So every
well,
time
making your own is perfectly legitimate, you know.
Yeah.
So
and then you save those money and put it on a different account. I have an Astronomy gear account.
Yes.
I did mine to do with to put it in this finder to see the sun. No, let me share the video. Sorry. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes, this is my typical work is, for example, repairing in our repairing facilities is reassembling the crosshairs of the finders that all people
burn out. Yes.
Yes. So all people tell me, I don't have crosshairs in my finder anymore. Yes, because you burn it. Yeah. Yeah. This is typical. I've in my 30 years of repairing telescope, I found a lot of eyepiece melted in the part of the lenses of the plastic case, plastic structure of tubes of the eyepiece. Yes, it's typical. And the worst thing is that when in the first time of the 90s or in the end of the 80s, with the telescope came the filter to put the solar filter to put in the eyepiece. This was so dangerous. I remember that when we import the first line of telescope in the 1991, I found this and say, come on, I can't believe this. For me, that I became I made my own telescope from I was 50 years old. I can't believe that industrial telescope, and Scott know that when the telescope they came yet from Japan, the last ones, still became with the solar filters.
Oh yeah, very dangerous.
Very dangerous. And I say to the people, don't use this. And I remember that I put off from the package all filters and never sold the telescope, this telescope with the filters. Other people say me, no, but in the manual say that, come on. Yes. No, it's not for you. No, because it was so dangerous. Because when you point to the sun, the filters was rake with the hot of the sun in the focus, and you going blind, a hole in your eyes.
Oh yeah. And
you have only two opportunities
to get away from the. What's that? Oh, you have another one. You have another.
Yes, of course. Yes, a hole in the back of your head.
Okay. All right, gentlemen. Okay. Well, I think that we are going to wrap up our show.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
It was great to have you guys on the 50th Global Star Party. I think we had really an incredible
it was incredible.
Series of speakers, and everybody was so enthusiastic and so inspired, and it was wonderful. And all of you were as well. So it was great.
You make a great job.
A great 50 GSP.
Yes, indeed. And it was great to be able to allowed to be in this.
Oh,
Yes.
you know, it's an honor for us to have you, all of you on. You know, it's great. And
But you make the show.
well,
You own the show.
Yes.
I turned it on. So
Yeah.
yeah.
No.
But
This
it's
wasn't-
everyone.
It's
This
wonderful.
wouldn't be anything about you, Scott.
Oh, you know, and to me too, it's great. It's great for my mind, my mood, everything. You know, to be in this star party because you know the pandemic really made it very tough on a lot of people.
Yeah.
You know, and
Yeah.
I recognized it was going to be tough on me early on, and I go, I got to do something. You know.
Yeah.
I got to recreate my
Yes.
star party experience, you know.
Yes.
So
Many things only that the pandemic got some negative, but if you look the positive side, it
Yeah,
had.
absolutely.
there's always
Yes.
something good. That's
Yes.
true.
And
Sure.
there is very many positive things.
And
Right.
Children's
Absolutely.
hygiene. They I can see here there's a playground downstairs of my balcony. The kids from 3 years old are running after the parents with hands that they need some hand alcohol.
Oh,
After playing on the playground.
oh, to get the disinfectant.
Yeah.
Yes. 3
Yeah.
years old. So
Yes.
the hygiene of children and everything in society and every country, I think all these common colds and small things are getting less because we have hand hygiene and so on. We will have it inside us for a long time.
Yeah.
So
I
it's, and this positive that we found the internet again.
Thanks to internet, we can meet
As a tool.
We are connected around the world.
No,
That's
yes,
right. That's right.
We are. This is a change for forever because it's something that we know. We know within us, and this is something that ever in a third party. When you, for example, one time we talked with Scott that many kind of people like me and Scott and Maxi and Pekka and another people, we are all the same that start in the last hour of the third party, still talk maybe 4, 5, or 6 people. Yeah. This is something that in a real third parties in the person
That's true.
Happens, yes.
Yeah.
And it's so since it's so great. I remember the third party in Atlanta, Georgia, that people that I remember that we still talking at 4 a.m. watching and yes. This is incredible. It's something incredible. It's the spirit of third parties.
I should start.
The spirit of the
Scott.
star party.
Yes, I really hope to share in person with every one of you or the group to have a in-person third party in the future. I hope of this.
I will start
in Argentina, in Finland, or in Sweden, or in United States and Arkansas. I need to go to visit the facilities of expert scientifics, of course.
I will start on next star parties that I am within. I will start my presentation with these words that one people I have to thank that I am sitting here right now, and these knowledges and all these friends
and I got today, and where I'm today, that is Scott Roberts.
Oh, thank you. That's very kind of you to say that.
Yeah, but that's true, Scott.
Yeah.
You got me in on my first star party, and after that I got all these friends like Cesar, Maxi, Harold.
Yes.
My Facebook is now filling from other than my family.
Yes, but this is real, Pekka. I have friends that we are the all entire family. My kids are friends of their kids. That started with people that came from my store to buy a telescope. Today we are like family, family. I sometimes I forget that I miss that they came one time, maybe 20 years ago, to the store buy a telescope. Well, now we are like brothers. I say, come on.
Yeah.
And people from that I know from in star parties, it's something that is magic in astronomy. I don't know why, but
we all share the same stars.
Absolutely,
what we do. You know, it's. I think that I think all astronomers have been affected by something very similar to what the astronauts felt when they saw the Earth rising above the lunar horizon. You know, and they saw the Earth. That effect changed all the Apollo astronauts. When I asked Buzz Aldrin about it, he says, I'm an engineer. He says, I can't describe it to you. You know, he said they should have sent artists up there and poets and songwriters to the moon, is what he told me. He said,
it's still hard for me to understand that they are hovering there without no treats, no wires.
Yeah.
No invisible wires that are holding them there. They are there, and they will be there.
We're on this blue pale blue dot here. It's hovering right now, right?
Without nothing, and in nothing. It's like it's hard to make that picture and to have the inside, but the solar eclipse gave me a little bit more understanding what it is in really.
You're describing something, Pekka, that feeling is something that many astronomers do get. You articulated it very well. But it's moments like that, okay, that I think change people who, you know, as they're becoming astronomers or going through these experiences, it's changing them, and their whole worldview changes.
Yes,
you know?
And it changed your life, how you see others, because I read it's not poet, but quote that if you look at stars and galaxies and very, very carefully, then you realize that jealousy, angriness, and so on is like it's not make sense.
Right.
When you get the big picture in life, so you are jealous or you are
those
angry.
are such tiny things.
Yes,
it's
like nothing. Why do I bother bother my time for that?
Yeah.
So let it go and join your life.
Right. That's right. It's another way maybe to describe it is it's you know, in Eastern mysticism, Eastern religions and stuff, they talk about an enlightenment. Okay.
Yeah.
Astronomers get this. Okay. They have another. It's a small, maybe a little bit small, but it's really they've fundamentally changed, and you know, so You know, I really love it when I hear people start to describe the feeling and the experience of it.
Yeah.
You know? And I think because many of us have had these experiences, we're the first to say, "Hey, I'm gonna share everything I got. Okay, I'm gonna tell you all my techniques for learning how to experience this for yourself." You know, right?
You know, and when you talk with some fellow astronomer, and you just ask him a very quick chat, like I did today. Ask him, Peter, who took the solar photo and the movie. It took 1 hour. I just like to ask his permission that I can show it here. And the conservation was 1 hour.
Here's some comments here from our chat. Well, Harold Locke says, my eyelids are slamming down on my cheeks. Yeah, okay. Let's see. Someone by the handle Old Kneeser. Okay. Honestly, I hope these virtual star parties don't end because virus rules do. Okay. The internet provides a worldwide outreach, and that's true. We're not going to stop doing them. So there may be times when I'm traveling or something like that, and I can't do one, but I'm certainly going to try, even if I travel. Harold Locke, I have been feeling more love of life and for people in general since taking on photons. Okay. Very good.
Yeah.
Very good, Harold. And Cameron Gillis says good night. Cameron didn't come on to the show. I think he had some job responsibilities he had to take care of.
If I want like to be a little bit poetic, like David Levy is, and when you get photos in your eyes, you get more of yourself.
Yeah.
You are filling up yourself.
Yes.
Because photons are us. It's like everything in universe. We are the same, but you are just feeling in it.
Yes.
I
have
realized
stated,
what surrounds us. When you realize what surrounds us and where we are and what we are, is a very deeply thought and a very deeply feeling. And also when you are under the stars and under the Milky Way and also under a solar eclipse, you have that feeling of what are you being right now, and everything, and the fortune that we have to be in this planet, in this ecosystem, with some cold weather, but to be a planet that have life. If we are more close to the sun, we don't even exist, and we are more far also too. So and the combinations of catastrophes that happen in the earth and the evolution and everything and all the wars and all the loves and everything and the history of the human and the life, you feel very, very tiny.
Yes.
Tomorrow morning,
small rock.
Maxi, tomorrow morning you see your wife and tell her that in your finger you are wearing a residence of a supernova.
Yes. Exactly.
Or go into the jewelry store and I am here to buy some residence of supernovas.
Yeah.
Can you show me? And they, what?
They go, you want a what? That's right.
Yeah, because
that's going to cost you extra.
Yes.
Give me some stardust, please.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
1 kilogram of stardust.
Yeah.
Wonderful.
All right. Thank you, Scott.
All righty, gentlemen. Thank you so much. Thank you. I want to say thank you to the audience. Cameron Gillis is still watching on. Martin Eastburn.
He can't leave, Cameron.
Yeah, he can't
Shut
leave.
up.
Yeah, Harold Locke is watching a few right now. So
Hi,
we want to
Cameron.
say thank you all to the audience. You
Hi,
know,
Harold.
Thank you, everyone.
It's great. Some great comments.
Everyone.
I hope you enjoyed the 50th Global Star Party as much as we did.
Was a real pleasure.
Yeah, and we'll be back next Tuesday with the 51st Global Star Party. So until that time, you guys keep looking up, and thanks again.
Thank you, Scott.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you, everyone.
I'm going to end with this video of the James Webb Space Telescope. This was I guess the last time they had it unfurled so that you could see the instrument.
Yes, it's amazing. The mirrors, no, it's. I can't wait to see this. Well,
right. Yeah, this is not. I mean, you can see the other mirrors on the side.
It's supposed to be in March of this year to go to space, but it delayed by COVID, right? In October, it's going to be.
It's been
launched.
delayed by a lot of things, you know, and you know, so it has been. It costs a lot of money to get it up there, but it's costing a lot of money to store this instrument, you know, because they have to keep it. I mean, this is a clean room. Look at the size of it.
Oh no, it's just.
It's, you know, so it's.
I think it's the most clean room in the whole Earth.
Yeah. So they have to keep it. They have to keep it absolutely clean. They have to have it ready to go at not a moment's notice, but you know. But I feel that they will launch this. But look at this thing. It's a beautiful instrument, and it's going to unlock a lot of secrets of the universe. You know, like Hubble Space Telescope did.
Yes, and it will be beyond of Hubble's.
Absolutely.
I wondering what happened if the collimation doesn't right, and maybe I don't know how.
Well, it's going to be put up so high in orbit that we can't go fix it. Okay, so they have to have this thing done right.
Once
they don't get second chances with this one.
Oh.
Mm-hmm.
In 2024, I think it's going to be the Magellanic telescope in Chile.
That
is going to be a
monster. How many meters is that telescope going to be?
Let me check it. I don't remember right now, but
look at that! Look, the light, the reflection bending from the curvature of the mirrors. It's cool.
The diameter of the giant Magellanic telescope is going to be 25.44 meters.
Wow. Wow. 25.44 meters.
The focal length is going to be 18,000 meters. No, it's going to be very huge.
So for many, many years, when I was a child, the Palomar 200-inch was the world's largest telescope, 200 inches. You know, we're talking about a mirror, I think 16 feet across, something like that. This Magellanic telescope at 25.44 meters is 1,001 inches of aperture. Oh my God.
I think it's going to be in the Atacama Desert. Let me see. Comuna de Vallenar region of Atacama, Chile.
Yes.
I have to be very near, but it's in another country, unfortunately. But we have the